They say, but this ceremony has drawn tremendous amount of global attention, and the focus is clearly going to be shifting also from today onwards, a watered-down inauguration ceremony to enacting his agenda. So, on this very special broadcast on DD India, we're going to get you live reportage from Washington, D.C., live from outside Capitol Hill, from our DD India crew on ground, and also distinguished panel of experts and diplomats. I'm Sakal Bhatt, and with me is my senior colleague, Mark.
Thanks very much, Sakal. And well, the inauguration event is scheduled to start at 10:30 in the morning local time in Washington. That corresponds to around 9 p.m. Indian Standard Time. And so the inauguration takes place amid unprecedented security following the storming of the U.S. Capitol on January 6. We all remember that, by supporters of the outgoing President Donald Trump. So crowd size will be extremely limited, as the capital, Washington, D.C., has been under lockdown because of security fears. But also, remember, smaller numbers are advised at this time, keeping in mind the coronavirus pandemic. And we know that the outgoing President, Donald Trump, is not attending Biden's swearing in, but other living former presidents will join Biden in visiting the tomb also of the unknown soldier. So we'll keep an eye on all these developments as they unfold in Washington, D.C. Our reporters on the ground, as Sakal was saying, Kate Fisher, Nick Harper, Nina Potts will all be joining us. You're with DD India. Stay with us. First, the headlines.
Kate Fisher, Nina Potts, and our eminent panel of guests. Let's quickly, as we move into the headlines, introduce our special panel right now. We have Kate right now, and we also are joined by, Dr. Harinder Sekho.
And Manjeet Kriplani.
Kriplani, yes. And before we actually talk to our guests on this special broadcast, good evening. Thank you so much for joining us, and let's roll the headlines first.
It's a huge day for the U.S. Joe Biden will be sworn in as the 46th President of the United States shortly. Kamala Harris will take oath as the first woman Vice President.
Security in Washington, D.C. raised to levels never seen before ahead of the inauguration. Fences erected along the roads around the White House and Pennsylvania Avenue, with National Guard soldiers on duty at every crossing.
President-elect Joe Biden bids a tearful farewell to Delaware and thanks the people there, his home state, remembering his late son Beau as well, and also pays tribute to those who lost their lives to COVID-19 at the Lincoln Memorial's Reflecting Pool in Washington, D.C.
Outgoing U.S. President Donald Trump departs from the White House, bids a farewell in a video address, says he took on tough battles, hardest fights, made the most difficult choices.
And DD India gets you extensive live coverage of the swearing-in ceremony tonight. Watch live reports by our correspondents on the ground all through the event. Get news, views and analysis from our expert panel. Follow us on Twitter, Facebook and YouTube. Okay, let's get started then. Let's first introduce you to our guests once again. The panel of guests we have with us Dr. Harinder Sekho, who is a strategic affairs expert and foreign policy analyst, and Ms. Manjeet Kriplani is executive director at Gatehouse, and Kate Fisher is joining us. First, we come to you, Kate. So it's the big day, and we know that it's taking place under unprecedented security right now. But at the same time, I mean, everyone is looking forward to it.
Absolutely. I think there are many people, in fact, the majority of Americans. Joe Biden won the popular vote by around 7 million votes. They are looking forward to this moment at midday when there is a new US president. Those people will also have been pleased to see Donald Trump leaving Washington for the last time just a short time ago, leaving on his helicopter to fly to Joint Base Andrews, where he will board the Air Force One, the presidential plane, for the last time as it flies him down to his residence in Florida. But of course, there are nearly half of the electorate who will be not happy about today. Some of them so unhappy they decided to storm the Capitol building just 2 weeks ago. So there are some very high tensions here, still deep divisions among the American population. So all of those voters, those Trump supporters, less happy today to see the new president being inaugurated.
Yes. Kate, we're going to talk to you. Please stay with us. But before that, we also have to have a quick reaction before we move into our top story on the broadcast. Coming to you, Dr. Sikho, very quickly, taking a cue from the latest reactions that we got from Trump, a farewell video, and then a final goodbye. What do you make of it? We're going to talk about Biden also, but a quick one. We were expecting a peaceful transition. The world expected that, but Trump has dropped some sort of hint, would you say?
I think the hint he's dropped is that he would be back soon. I was watching that. So what is he alluding to? Is he going to make a serious comeback bid for 2024, which seems extremely unlikely, given the fact that Mike Pence has decided to boycott his farewell ceremony and attend Biden's swearing in instead. So that sends a very important message. But I think Trump's farewell was all about himself. It was less about the country. And I think the focus was more on himself and the legacy he was leaving. Because if the incoming administration is going to be successful, it is because of the legacy he has created and he is leaving. So that was something which was a little surprising because it was all about him, his family.
Yes.
And so that's the message. And I think it was not about the country. And of course, he wished the new administration all the best.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Sikho. Yes, Dr. Sikho. Let's bring in Ms. Kriplani for a quick reaction before we, move on. Ms. Kriplani, the Republican Party, as such, is probably divided over, Trump, the end of Trump's tenure. But to some extent, the Republicans really depend on leadership, which energizes them. And Trump seemed to have done something like that. How do you look at, the Republicans going forward?
Thank you for having me,
Yes.
and good evening.
Good evening.
I think the Republican Party, we have to remember that Trump won the election despite the Republican Party. They actually have not produced very good candidates for the presidential post now for a long time, since President Bush. And the last time Trump got in because he was able to echo the views of a certain central majority of Americans that the Republicans had just neglected, and so had the Democrats. This time again, the Republicans have failed to produce a really good candidate. And so they may be disappointed in Trump, but he got them to the White House, and then they failed to keep their own man there. So the Republican Party is going to have a lot of soul searching to do. Right now, they're just trying to hold themselves on in the Senate and the House and hopefully go back to understanding what role they are supposed to play as Republicans, and hopefully be constructive, but also take forward their own agendas, which is not the Democratic agenda, which is to keep taxes down.
Absolutely.
Right, and to increase trade. And the Democrats are already going to be the tax and spend, we can see that. But the Republicans have to look at themselves very closely now.
And will Biden actually manage to bridge that divide between not only the two factions, the Republicans and Democrats, but also the deeply divided American society? And I'm going to take this one once again to my colleague joining us live all the way from Washington, D.C. outside Capitol. Behind you, we can see it's virtually turned into fortress, but the beautiful Capitol Hill, we can see that Kate sitting here in our DD India studios. But a quick one, we have this latest tweet coming from Joe Biden. Short and crisp. It's a new day in America. So he has made the announcement. And now very quickly, Kate, what's the mood of the nation this morning in America today? It's curtains down officially for Trump. And we do know that Biden, though it was a very short but a very emotional reaction at Delaware, just setting the tone for the speech, the much awaited speech. Kate.
Absolutely, a completely different, whether you support Joe Biden or not, you can agree that it is a new dawn in the US. It will be a very different presidential experience, and we've seen that already, as you say. The emotion that Joe Biden showed yesterday as he spoke, as he left his beloved state of Delaware, speaking about his own death and how important Delaware was to him, and speaking about the death of his son. Huge amounts of empathy that we really haven't seen from Donald Trump. And then as soon as he landed in Washington, D.C., the first thing that he did was attend a candlelit ceremony to remember the 400,000 Americans who have now died from the coronavirus. That's the first thing he did. Again, that is the first time there has been anything like this, any kind of national mourning about this huge crisis that has hit the United States, and it was Joe Biden leading it, Joe Biden instigating it, and that is very different from the way President Trump has dealt with it. He's been initially denying it was even a problem, and he certainly hasn't held any kind of national mourning.
We are also joined by Ambassador Arun Singh, who joins us, former Indian ambassador to the United States. Ambassador Arun Singh, Joe Biden, with nearly 50 years of experience in the establishment, one would think that this is going to be a well-oiled machine that's going to be running once he's at the helm. What would you think? I mean, is it going to be more establishment stuff? Because we've seen 4 years of a disruptionist president in that sense, who was a total rank outsider to the establishment and tried to do things his own way. Is there going to be too much course correction, or would there be something different in the sense of taking some of the good points as well of Trump's administration?
The term rank outsider has been used in a politically loaded way. So, Trump has tried to project that he is the only one who's been a rank outsider. But when Bill Clinton got elected, he was hardly known in Washington. He was governor of Arkansas, far away from Washington, D.C. Yeah. Or when President Obama was elected, he had been a senator for only a couple of years. And he was certainly a rising star, but he was not really an established part of the machinery in Washington, D.C. So outsiders have come in and have got elected, capturing the mood of the moment. Because when President Obama was elected, the mood of the moment was to look for somebody who would project tremendous change compared to the time of the George Bush administration. Because President Bush was very unpopular by the time he left because of the war in Iraq, because of the war in Afghanistan not progressing very well. So similarly, I think Joe Biden today captures the mood that people want a change from the unpredictability and erratic behavior carried out by the Trump administration. Because at the time of President Trump, he tried to project that he was an outsider, that he was against the establishment, he wanted to drain the swamp in Washington. But the way his administration behaved, he was very much a part of the swamp. The kind of activities that were carried out, and you've seen the whole list of pardons that have just been done, not only yesterday, but during the course of his tenure. People who had committed felonies, criminal acts, and were pardoned because that suited his personal requirement and political preference.
True.
So I think here we have to understand that people are looking at Joe Biden to bring in some measure of stability, some measure of calm, some measure of coordination in governance. Because President Trump was essentially governing by his whims. The interagency process in the United States had come to a halt. And so here people are looking at that process kicking in. And the kind of people that Joe Biden has nominated so far for the government are people who have had tremendous experience in government through several administrations. The Clinton administration, then the Obama administration, and then coming in now.
Right.
So I think we can expect a measure of experience in this administration.
Kate Fisher, quickly tell us, a little bit about the what we are going to see today. There's going to be an invocation by Reverend Leo Donovan, and Lady Gaga is going to sing the national anthem. The choice of these two personalities, first of all, why? Why are they there?
Yeah, I think it shows, again, a stark difference during the term of President Trump. celebrities, the likes of Lady Gaga, really internationally well-known people, tried to mainly distance themselves from the US president. They did not offer to sing at his inauguration. In fact, he had some fairly unknown country music stars play there, not the likes of an international superstar like Lady Gaga. So I think that shows the level of excitement, certainly amongst perhaps the more liberal part of the United States, about the inauguration of Joe Biden. It will be a different feel to the ceremony, though, because simply there will be so far fewer people there.
Yes.
Tickets have been limited so that there is able to be social distancing on the stage, so it is going to look very different from the inauguration of President Trump. And of course, there won't be large crowds of people watching it on the National Mall. The National Mall is shut down, like so much of this city.
Well, thanks very much, Kate Fisher, for joining us from Washington, and we'll be coming back to you for more during the course of the day.
Remember, Kate is joining us live from outside Capitol Hill, almost outside Capitol Hill. And now let's talk about the man of the moment, Joe Biden. Now, in a very somber ceremony at the Lincoln Memorial, that was his first stop over in Washington, President-elect Joe Biden signaled that honoring grief and all the terrible toll of the last year would be at the very heart of his administration.
Yeah.
Elected because of his empathy and his compassion for Americans, he said that those who are suffering through a confluence of crises that have created a time of great uncertainty. He spoke just a few words as the sun set over the National Mall, and that actually made quite a visual.
Absolutely. Well, the president-elect told the Americans that he shared in their grief with his own understanding, deepened by the own losses in his own life. He lost his first wife and daughter in a car accident, and then as a young man, that was when he lost his wife and daughter, and then he lost his son a few years ago, Bo, from cancer at the age of 46. And he and his wife, Jill Biden, watched in silence alongside the Vice President-elect Kamala Harris and her husband, Doug Emhoff. And this is as the reflections of the light glimmered on the water. Hundreds of towns, cities, and communities across the country joined in the tribute, lighting up buildings from the Empire State Building in New York to the Space Needle in Seattle, all remembering the 400,000 people in the United States who lost their lives to COVID. And Harris, in fact, spoke briefly at the memorial, noting that for many months the country is grieved by people have grieved by themselves. Tonight, we grieve and begin healing together, is what she said.
Let's listen.
To heal, we must remember. It's hard sometimes to remember, but that's how we heal. It's important to do that as a nation. That's why we're here today. Between sundown and dusk, let us shine the lights in the darkness along the sacred pool of reflection and remember all whom we lost.
Tonight, we grieve and begin healing together. Though we may be physically separated, we, the American people, are united in spirit. And my abiding hope, my abiding prayer, is that we emerge from this ordeal with a new wisdom, to cherish simple moments, to imagine new possibilities, and to open our hearts just a little bit more to one another.
Well, the President-elect Joe Biden attended church ahead of his inauguration, a traditional step taken ahead of the swearing-in ceremony.
Yes, and Biden and the incoming First Lady Jill Biden attended a service at Washington's Cathedral of St. Matthew, and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris and her husband Douglas Emhoff were also present on the occasion. And also, Joe Biden will be sworn in as the 46th President of the United States, while Kamala Harris, we know that, will be taking oath as the first woman Vice President in a short while from now.
Well, the security in Washington, D.C. has been raised to levels that have never been seen before ahead of an inauguration. Fences have been erected along the roads around the White House and Pennsylvania Avenue, which is the road to the White House, with National Guard soldiers on duty at every crossing. The area for the inauguration has been fully closed with security on full alert. Crossings around the area have been secured with checkpoints and dozens of National Guard soldiers.
And weeks after the Capitol Hill siege, we know are extraordinary levels of security in place for the inauguration ceremony that is expected to begin. And we've been told these are the live visuals coming in from Washington, D.C. of President-elect Joe Biden. I think we're going to see him there along with other dignitaries also.
Well, they are coming out of the church service. These are people who have attended the church ceremony before the inauguration.
Yes. So basically, President-elect Joe Biden attended the church ahead of his inauguration, and it's a tradition, we've been told, Mark, that's a step taken ahead of the swearing-in ceremony. And we are cutting live to those visuals. Joe Biden, President-elect, along with the other dignitaries, I believe, are now moving out of the church premises.
Well, Kamala Harris will take oath of office, following which Joe Biden will deliver his inaugural address as well. This is the plan for the day.
All right, let's quickly go back to our eminent panel. Ambassador Arun Singh, it's always an honor, sir, to have you on our show on DD India. And we continue to have Ms. Manjeet Kripalani, Executive Director, as well as Executive Director, Gateway House, and Dr. Harinder Sekho, Strategic Affairs and Foreign Policy Expert. Thank you again, both of you, ma'am. Ambassador Singh, well, what do you make of the words, the choice of words, of brief but very powerful choice of the phrases used by both, by Biden and Kamala Harris? And there is this mention of healing, there is this mention of new beginning, nothing has ended. Basically, the whole optics, let's break the barriers. And she talks about, Kamala Harris talks about open hearts. What, according to you, are they trying to send across? I mean, the message and the way it's setting the tone for the things to come in the Biden administration.
I think several messages are intended here. First, there was a lot of criticism of President Trump for not showing empathy for people who are affected by the coronavirus and for the large number of people who died in the United States. More than 400,000 people died. More than 20 million people were infected. And there was a sense that for his own political purposes, President Trump wanted to divert attention from the impact of the pandemic. He even was against shutdowns in the US because he wanted to keep the economy moving. Because one of his signature achievements was that the US economy was doing very well till January last year, and unemployment levels were very low until the pandemic began to have an impact. So because there was a criticism that he didn't show any sympathy or empathy for the people who were affected, I think the Biden team has been projecting, including during the campaign, that they are attuned to the concerns of people who have been impacted by the virus. And that's why one of the first ceremonies that he did in Washington, D.C. after reaching there yesterday was a memorial for people who lost their rights as a result. So that's one signal, that they will align themselves with the concern of the American people. And I think second, they would like to signal that the kind of divisions that were promoted under President Trump, as they saw it, divisions based on the majoritarian white nationalist values that came to be associated with the kind of people that President Trump was attracting to himself. So those kind of divisions are something that they would work against. And you have seen that in the people who've been appointed in the Biden administration so far, there's a large representation for women and people from different minority groups.
Ms. Kripalani, would you see this healing taking place? Because, you know, you did mention in your first answer about the Republican Party actually probably needing stronger candidates. They were had put up rather weak candidates, and you said that President Trump had won this election his first term largely on his own. What would you say? I mean, really the American system is such that the Electoral College is a process of gerrymandering in a sense that has kept the Republican hopes alive. Otherwise, they have since the 90s they have actually been in the minority in terms of the overall votes cast to a large extent.
Well, first I'd like to point out that the last election and this election really did not have a very strong independent candidate. Typically, US elections have lots of independent candidates, and there wasn't one. The outsider was the senator from Vermont, but he was not given a chance in the last campaign, and he had to also give up this time. So the problem is this two-party system does not allow for any other sort of player to come in, except if it's a very powerful independent, and we might remember Ross Perot being one of them. So years ago. So people didn't have really another vote. So in some sense, Trump was really that independent outsider candidate, but he came from within the Republican Party. I think on the question of healing, I believe that Joe Biden is trying to do the right thing, and he will try his best to do the right thing. I've been reading some of the speeches and the policy papers put out by his team. They have finally acknowledged that, they call them the American middle class, but they finally acknowledge that there is a large chunk of the United States that has been neglected. And that is the Trump constituency. These are the people that really live along the old highways of America and have been neglected and forgotten, where not even the church exists. And these are the old company towns that have disappeared because all the manufacturing went to China. So these are the people, and these are all really the old white communities, the blue-collar workers, the factory workers that used to be the middle class of America. But affirmative action has also helped the black population really move ahead, and they are entering the middle class. So it's an interesting kind of social change that is taking place, where the original white population really feels left behind, and Biden's team is looking very closely at this. It's really good to see, because they are now going to attend to the constituency that Trump had.
And will he be able to not tame that Trump's constituency, but actually manage to slowly but gradually have him on their side, Dr. Seco, because he cannot do it alone. He has a mammoth task ahead. Agree, he's trying to reach out and he's trying to strike that very, very emotional chord. There are comparisons when it comes to both their respective styles of reaching out to the Americans. But Dr. Seco, what I want to ask you, ma'am, is that do you foresee any bold decisions and steps taken by Biden?
I think the economy is something which he has said that he is going to address the economy, and he's already announced a 1.9 trillion package for COVID relief. So I think that is a sizable amount, and it's a good beginning to set the ball rolling for American reconstruction. And he's also said that the stimulus, besides the stimulus package, he is going to do the top up. The $600 going to the poorest Americans as COVID relief, the ones who've lost their jobs, so another $1,400. So $2,000 as immediate relief to the Americans. Now, if this can actually reach this constituency, which has been traditionally been neglected with the manufacturer having gone out, and also the others, I think he's going to revamp Obama's Obamacare and bring in certain reforms within Obamacare. So the whole message which Biden has sent is social, to reach out socially, the social reconstruction, reconstruct the social fabric of the United States. So I think that is the big message he comes with. And healing, the word healing is something which he has used repeatedly even during his campaign. So that's a very positive start. And as you yourself have said, that the style of operation between Trump, loud, all about himself, and Biden, who empathizes with the constituency, with the people, and talks about his own suffering. He suffered he's had setback personally as well. So he uses that to empathize with the people. So I think it sends a very positive message.
Right.
It will take time. It's not something which will happen overnight.
Right.
But it'll have to be a long process.
It will have to be a long process. And
So as
meanwhile,
we are looking at visuals
Yes.
that are coming in, which are of the Capitol and where the swearing-in ceremony will take place, and we can see that people are beginning to get in there, and those who are attending the ceremony, it's going to be a much smaller crowd. Ambassador Arun Singh, so the society is divided. The economy is in a pretty bad place, but that's the whole world economy to a large extent. Everyone is on the way to recovery. So, and the American leadership is important for the world. That's the way the world looks at things, especially what happens. Sentiment is, economic sentiment is usually driven by what America does. To what extent do you think, globally, the trade situation between the US and China is going to play out in terms of the economic recovery of the United States? Ambassador Arun Singh?
Sorry?
No, I was asking you about the trade differences between the US and China and how that's going to help. I mean, how is it going to play out? Will it be causing further challenges to the economic recovery of the United States, adding more challenges to the current to the Biden administration?
That's right. That's what I was addressing right now. So, on November 8th morning, when Joe Biden gave his first victory speech, he spoke about the economy, the pandemic, systemic racism, and climate change as being major challenges for the US.
Yes.
And for the economic recovery part, they have to try and also address the issue related to the relationship with China. Because at one level, there is a sense that if you're looking at global economic recovery, some kind of cooperation with China may become important, because since 2008, China has contributed more than 37% to global growth. Mm-hmm. At the same time, there is a sense, as the Treasury Secretary nominee Janet Yellen also said in her hearing yesterday, that China has been following predatory economic practices in terms of forced technology transfer, in terms of non-tariff barriers.
All right, so I'm sorry, sir, I'm interrupting you here. We are cutting to these live visuals from Washington, D.C., I believe. They're from outside the Cathedral Church. Remember, it's a tradition for the president-elect and the First Lady to actually go there. President-elect Joe Biden will be attending the church ahead of his inauguration, a traditional step taken ahead of the swearing-in ceremony live on, yes, and I believe this is something which took place just a while back, but we're also, in fact, these are the live visuals from outside Capitol Hill, and that is where the action is going to shift in a short while from now. So what actually, viewers, you can see right on your screen is the west side of Capitol Hill, which is the seat of the US legislature, the same location, I believe, which pro-Trump supporters stormed on 6th of January.
Indeed.
In fact, now that's the place which is virtually turned into fortress, and now look at the way it looks absolutely regal, Mark.
Yes, absolutely,
Yeah.
and we can see that there is a band that is ready to play, and it is...
yes, we have Nick. We have Nick with us as we stay with the visuals.
Nick Harper is joining us. Nick, so put into context, the ceremony today. It is a ceremony which one would think is extremely filled with tradition. It happens once in 4 years. There are a lot of there's a lot of symbolism involved. Even even the Bible used by each person who's sworn in. People talk about those sort of things. They carry tradition. They carry messages. Tell us a little bit about it. Fill us in with the background.
Yeah, absolutely. This inauguration taking place in just under 2 hours' time. The official program starting in about an hour's time, and we'll see the swearing-in ceremony in about an hour and 50 minutes from now. It is based on tradition that heads all the way back to the end of the 1700s when we had the first inauguration here in the United States. This will be the 59th inauguration for the 46th president. That is what Joe Biden will become. And yes, like you mentioned, it is a very procedural event. It runs along a certain timetable, with that swearing-in ceremony that is carried out by the Chief Justice Roberts of the Supreme Court. He recites the oath of office that then Joe Biden will recite back to him. At that moment, he will become the next US president, and then he will give his inaugural address, his opportunity to speak to the nation, which is normally an opportunity to try and put the past of a bruising election behind him and then try and unify the nation, to look forward to his next 4 years in office and some of the things he hopes to try and achieve. Now, after that, there would normally be a luncheon that takes place inside the Capitol building. That has been scrapped because of COVID-19 restrictions, and normally there would be a parade through the streets of Washington, D.C. That has been significantly scaled back. Instead, we will see Joe Biden heading off to Arlington Cemetery, the big military cemetery just outside of Washington, D.C., where he will lay a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier. And then he will take part in a limited parade here in Washington, D.C., most of it taking place virtually online, where they will cross to most of the 50 states and events that are taking place there. And then we head in to the evening's entertainment, which would normally be the inaugural balls that take place, all the glitz and glamour around Capitol Hill. Again, that won't be taking part tonight because of COVID-19.
Yes, Nick, stay with us, and as we also stay with those live visuals from Capitol Hill, Ambassador Singh, very quick one. What do you make of the composition of Team Biden? Till it gets official, but yes, there are 25 Indian Americans, and they're going to be part of very, very key and pivotal positions. Overall, if you have to compare it to Trump administration, what is so different and unique about the team that Biden has put together?
Then through different administrations, starting from the time of the Obama administration, the number of Indian Americans and in key positions has been increasing, and that's happening. And so this time, even more than during the Trump and Obama administrations, we are seeing the numbers involved and the kind of positions they've been slotted, including, for example, of course, the Vice President herself, and Neera Tandon being selected for Office of Management and Budget, which is a key cabinet level position. But aside from that, most of the people who came into senior positions in the Trump administration were not people who were very well known in terms of experience in government. And Trump had brought in a lot of people from outside the system. Whereas in this case, large number are those who were at key positions during the Obama-Biden administration. So to that extent, there is a continuity from that time. And I had the opportunity to interact with many of them when I was serving there. And I'm very confident that they look at the India relationship in a very, very positive frame and in a strategic frame.
Indeed. Ambassador Arun Singh, also with regard to what the relationship between India and the United States enjoys bipartisan support, and we know that President Biden, once he gets President-elect Biden right now still, has played a significant role in it. He played a key role in even advancing the Indo-US nuclear deal when he was the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. And as Vice President, we did talk a little earlier about people who were rank outsiders were coming in, and one would think that Barack Obama was an outsider, but he had a vice president like Joe Biden, and at the end of the day, when he was demitting office, he paid significant tribute to the role played by Joe Biden as the best vice president ever. So in that context, one would think that he played a significant role as an advisor to President Obama as well. How would you see the relationship, the Indo-US relationship under a Biden administration moving forward?
Well, certainly Joe Biden himself at different stages had supported the relationship. Way back in 2001, as chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, he had written a letter to then President George Bush asking for sanctions against India to be removed. In 2006, in an interview, he said that his dream was that by 2020, the best relationship in the world should be the one between India and the United States. And we are at 2021 and he's the president. As vice president, he had visited India in 2013 and had said that one of the defining partnerships would be the India-US partnership. And it was at the time of the Obama-Biden administration that US had declared support for India's permanent membership of UN Security Council. And US had also declared support for India as a major defense partner. So given all that, and given the fact that he had piloted the Civil Nuclear Cooperation Agreement through the Senate, I'm confident that under his leadership, the India-US relationship will continue with this positive trajectory.
Yes.
Ms. Kriplani, in terms of the Indian-American community, one always presumes, that they act as ambassadors for India abroad. To what extent is that true? Many of them are supporters of the Democratic Party because of the pluralistic worldview of the Democrats. But there are significant numbers who support the Republicans as well. So, how divided is the Indian-American community of the United States?
I think the Indian American community in the US is actually coming of political age. For the longest time, until very recently, they were really happy with being good professionals, being that ideal community that earns well and being a good earner, and they have really never meddled in politics. What we're now seeing is some first generation, but a lot of second generation Indian American, the children of those who came in the 80s, 70s and 80s and the 90s, who are now interested in politics like all normal people are. And many of these people have arrived. They've grown within the system. They've made choices of whether they want to be Democrat or Republican, and they are now in the system like all talented people are. I think we shouldn't also place too much of our hopes on just because you're of Indian origin, you'll have a extra simpatico with India. No, these are people who have a loyalty to the country that they serve, and they should. So we have to treat them all like any other officers in the U.S. government and like any other U.S. politicians, be they Republican or Democrat. We have to treat them as citizens of the U.S. And if we want them to be a little more sympathetic to India, then we have to show as a country that what we are doing is in the U.S. interest, or
Yes.
part of the friends circle of which the U.S. is part of.
All right.
We have to really show that.
Yes, yes. He's going to reveal his cards gradually but slowly, and as I quickly go to Nick, we can stay with these live visuals. Let's once again inform our viewers we are cutting to these live and exclusive shots right from Washington DC, Capitol Hill, and that's the long beeline of selected guests arriving at Capitol Hill ahead of the swearing-in ceremony.
And among them will be 3 former presidents as well. So
yes.
That's an important statement, because the fact that the outgoing president is not going to be there, but 3 former presidents will be there. Nick, perhaps you can throw some light about the importance of former presidents being around at a ceremony like this. It's probably part of tradition, but it also sends out an important message, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, it's interesting that we're even talking about it. In past years, we probably wouldn't be, because it is part of tradition. You would just expect former presidents to turn up. So we will be seeing President Obama, President George W. Bush and President Clinton taking part in this inauguration. They, in order, a Democrat, a Republican and a Democrat, which shows very much a bipartisan feel to this, a united front. It is a mark of respect as well for former presidents, including the outgoing president, to attend the inauguration of their successor. For Donald Trump not to attend, it is an unbelievable snub. Bear in mind that he is the 4th US president in America's history, 244 years, not to attend.
No, but how has America reacted to this snub? We're keen to know. How has press reacted to this snub? How are people, how are Americans reacting to this? Like one of our distinguished panelists said, that his last remarks, Donald Trump's last remarks, were all again about himself and not about America by and large. Would you agree?
Yeah, very much so. Those remarks being made on the tarmac of Andrews Air Force Base before he headed off to his retreat in Florida, saying that essentially he is not going to disappear from the public eye. He will be doing something in the future, and essentially to watch this space.
That's
Right.
very interesting point, Mark. Nick, a bit more. I wanted to ask you, what are morning headlines today? And you got up to, I'm sure this is the lead story there, but give us a sense how media has picked this up. Nick, can you hear us?
Oh, in terms of the media, I mean, undoubtedly, this is front and centre, the biggest story in the United States today. It has been really for the last week, the run-up to this, and it will continue to be the biggest story in the US for the next few weeks, how the new Biden administration is dealing with the situation that he's inherited from his predecessor, Donald Trump. But of course, it's the public reaction, as you asked in the past question,
Yes.
that will also need to be monitored, because there are a lot of Republicans, a lot of Trump supporters out there who see this event that's taking place today as illegitimate, who do not feel that Joe Biden rightly won the election. And they
Okay.
will continue to throw their support behind Donald Trump and pay probably very little heed to the new president, Joe Biden, during the course of his tenure in the White House.
And because of that, we have unprecedented security, Nick,
Yes.
and you are going to be reporting in the midst of all that. Give us, an account of how difficult it is to get things to move around in that place for the media itself. You have to have lots of passes, you have lots of clearances to get even
Security
close to the
checks.
Capitol Hill.
Yeah, that's right. From a very personal perspective, yesterday when I was out on the streets of Washington, D.C., I had 3 different passes hanging around my neck, all giving me different types of security access and clearance. I have never seen D.C. this militarized before, with this level of security. In past inaugurations that I've covered, in celebrations for past presidents, at any political conventions around the United States, there simply has not been this level of security. You'd expect some sort of police presence, some sort of security presence. You'd expect roadblocks and security fences, but to have razor wire, to have 25,000 National Guard out on the streets, on top of other security personnel, the Secret Service, the FBI, the DC Police, it is truly unprecedented, the level of security and what they have done to essentially ring fence and create a small citadel in downtown DC, this security perimeter to try and keep people outside of it, to stop any potential trouble, like we saw 2 weeks ago with the storming of the Capitol building. Very different scenes, exactly 2 weeks on from what we're seeing today with the inauguration. Yes, huge security, unlike anything we've seen, I think, in DC before.
And talking about potential trouble, Nick, there were reports that, even the national security, the National Guard, had to go through several checks and background checks because, after all, they carry weapons and things like that. So one needs to be careful about who's holding those weapons. Is that a cause of concern? I mean, are they that frightened, or are they taking their fears too far?
Well, so the 25,000 National Guard were vetted by the FBI, and during the course of that, it came out on Tuesday, about 24 hours ago, that they were taking 12 of those National Guard off of inauguration security details. 2 of them in particular were shown to have links to extremist groups. The other 10 were said to have sent inappropriate messages or made online inappropriate comments. They did not say that there was any plot against the incoming president, but there was certainly that concern, and therefore they've been removed from inaugural security details. But yes, is it too militarized? Is there too much power in the hands of the military? It is a question, I think, that will be weighed up for some time to come.
No, but Nick, before we leave you, we just want to know, has the situation on ground finally eased out a bit? We do know unprecedented security cover, low-key ceremony and all of that, but do you think it's going to take some more time for the Trump the Trump supporters to actually have that acceptance of Biden, which is quite natural, but overall the situation is calm? What we saw on 6th of January and what we see in America today in Washington.
Yeah, I mean, as well as all of that security that I saw out on the streets yesterday, I also felt very safe. The FBI warned that there could be potential trouble in DC, that there could be potential trouble in every single one of the 50 states at the state capitol buildings. They warned that extremist groups were looking to target them.
Well, we can see the visual of Bernie Sanders coming in.
So much.
Bernie Sanders, I think, even though the mask is covering him, the way that we can see the visual of Bernie Sanders, it must be frightfully cold there because people are really, covered up nicely to keep themselves warm. Thanks very much, Nick, for joining us with those inputs, and we have our guests continuing with us in the studio, who are joining us via video link. Professor Sikor, how would you look at the concept of an American president being elected? American presidents are considered leaders of the free world, and being inaugurated under circumstances like these.
See, the US swearing in always attracts a lot of global attention because, as you've rightly said, he's supposed to be, the US president is supposed to be the most powerful man in the world. But this swearing in takes place under very exceptional circumstances. Firstly, you've had a major breach of law and order.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you just for 10 seconds. Congratulations to my friend President Joe Biden. This is your time. That's a tweet coming in from former President Barack Obama. So now I believe Biden is going to be
Well, it's
getting
an interesting
many
photograph
congratulatory
also, because
messages.
you can see them walking out of the Oval Office.
And I think that
yeah,
message speaks louder than words, Mark. It means
Because
that
right.
whatever you do, I'm with you, right? As in that the kind of that support coming in from Obama
during
at
the
this point in
campaign. Former President Obama was calling up supporters and asking them to vote directly for,
Yes.
making phone calls to people and saying,
Yes.
vote for
And I
my
think
friend. So
that
that's the
this
way
is-
it was.
Yes. This is what it speaks of. Yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
The visual is important because the two of them have shared a very positive relationship, and Obama has called Biden the best vice president ever. But coming to the question you asked me, so this comes under, as I said, firstly, there was a security breach at this very venue where the swearing in is taking place. Then under COVID, you have restrictions. There are going to be no crowds in the mall. But even then, I think the messaging is very important. The pomp, show, grandeur of the ceremony cannot be missed. And I think what the people, since there'll be no people over there, the US machinery has stepped up to bring in the bands, the flags, etc. And I think the entire world, as always happens every 4 years, is going to be watching, and there'll be more viewers this time since they cannot be present personally. So the US presidential swearing in is important. The message, the tweets, etc., everything is being followed to the minutest detail. So I think Biden's moment has come.
Indeed. Ms. Kriplani, how would you look at this day in terms of history? One would look at it, at perhaps President Biden taking office. He's the oldest president to do so. One would look at it from that point of view. But under the circumstances that, he has wanted to be president for a very long time. In 1988, he first threw his hat in the ring. He tried again in 2008. He's finally made it in 2020. And he's brought into this office such a lot of experience. One would think that, this is the kind of president that the world probably needs at this time. Somebody with this kind of vast experience. Ms. Kriplani?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Kriplani. I had asked, did you hear what the question I asked you?
Yes, I did.
Okay, please go ahead, ma'am. Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
No, well, he is the 46th president, so there is a continuum in the United States. I don't know whether he's the president of the world. He's the president of the United States, but
yeah, that's true. No, that's not the question. No, I didn't mean it in that sense. I just meant it in terms of the leadership of the United States as the leader of the free world. That's the acronym.
Yes.
That's the world. That's the phrase that's used to describe the U.S. president.
Correct, and the U.S. likes to describe itself in those terms.
Mm-hmm.
But Biden is inheriting a totally different world from the world that Donald Trump stepped into and the world that he stepped into as vice president. So this is a new world. This is a world whose transformation is long overdue. The transformation is taking place and Biden has stepped into it. So he first has to lead his country forward and into the new era where the US used to be the king, and now there's a challenger, a very, very powerful challenger to the king. And I would say, you know, the king is dead, long live the king. And we hope that Biden can do for his country the best he possibly can.
And those are the first visuals on DD India, Vice President-elect Kamala Harris ahead of
This is President-elect Joe Biden.
Joe Biden, and yes, they both have arrived almost together. The man of the moment, live and exclusive visuals from outside Capitol Hill on DD India. US President-elect Joe Biden. He's going to be sworn in a ceremony which many would describe low-key, but the world is watching. And yes, there you have the Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. Mark.
So these are extremely important visuals of the day, historic visuals in a sense. Joe Biden and his wife, the future First Lady, yes. Dr. Jill Biden, Kamala Harris and her husband.
And let's also tell our viewers what's going to follow now. There's going to be a swearing-in ceremony that's going to take place on the west side of the Capitol Hill. That's the seat of the US legislature, same location where January 6th happened. Now first, Kamala Harris will be taking oath. Interestingly, the first Hispanic and Latina judge of the US top court, Sonia Sotomayor, will be swearing Kamala Harris, and that would be followed by Joe Biden. US Chief Justice John Roberts will be administering the oath to Biden. Mark.
Indeed, and after that, before that, we will have, in fact, the Reverend Leo O'Donovan, who will be giving the invocation. He is a Roman Catholic priest who's been they call it a shepherd in a sense of the family of the Bidens for a very long time. And after that, we will have Lady Gaga singing the national anthem, and then Harris will be sworn in, followed by Biden being sworn in by. One will be sworn in by a Justice of the Supreme Court and the other by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. And then Biden will give his speech, which will be at around 10:45 Indian time.
So that's the moment which is going to be etched in history. Walking inside the Capitol Hill, US President-elect with his spouse and US Vice President-elect with her spouse walking making their way into Capitol Hill ahead of the swearing-in ceremony. We believe the guests are already inside, they're already there, and these are the visuals as it is happening, the very epicenter in Washington DC at Capitol Hill. And first Kamala Harris will be taking the oath, and that will be followed by Joe Biden. And then there's going to be an inauguration speech, much awaited speech, and they are waving to the I wouldn't use the word crowds, but the limited gathering outside there, which interestingly
it's the physical gathering there, but there would be many who would be watching online and through television.
No, so physically present there.
Yeah,
yes.
I get that. So one can't, under these circumstances, the crowd is limited. We are sure about that, yes.
And as they make their way inside the central hall of the Capitol Hill, inauguration speech is what we were talking about. He will be addressing the nation. Then after that, he's going to take part in a pass-in review at the east side of the Capitol Hill. And to put it simply, Biden will be basically inspecting a military guard of honor. And amidst all this, a lot of build-up as to what all is going to be part of Joe Biden's inaugural speech when he addresses the United States of America, especially the kind of build-up that the American history, in fact, has seen. Is going to be part of their history.
It's a scaled-down ceremony because there are some features that set it apart from other ceremonies, as we know. But the traditional aspects will have to continue because that's tradition. And this is Nancy Pelosi, who's the House of Representatives Speaker, who is very keen on the impeachment of the current president.
And this is how the Capitol Hill now looks like, under this shadow of the recent siege at the very place, and now a regal and a very royal look, going again once down in the history of American, political history of America. This is the place, the seat of power of legislature, where Joe Biden is going to be sworn in as the next president of United States of America. An event amidst unprecedented security and a sparse crowd, one may describe it. Biden's inauguration is definitely unique. It has seen many, many firsts. low-key but tremendous amount of international attention, Mark.
Yes. It is the seat of the US Congress, as we know, and this is going to be taking place on the west side of the Capitol Hill. And we know that the oath ceremony is poignant. It's a symbolic event. It's an event that is deep in tradition, and it's something that everyone will be watching. Because it's really at that point that not only does the person, once he takes the oath, become the president, but he swears to to the allegiance of the Constitution. It elevates the office itself to such a level that he enters the office with all that on his mind.
Yes.
That all the promise that he has put in place. He has been elected by the people, he has been sworn in, and he takes office with all that power to execute for the good of the nation.
Yes, and scaled down ceremony, but then different in many ways. Many features, in fact, that sets this ceremony apart. While the traditional features of the ceremony, such as oath of office, will remain the same, viewers, there are several striking differences from the presidential inaugurations of the past as well. Last moment rehearsals happening out there. For example, around 200,000 flags were initially placed to represent missing crowd. Officials also decided to drastically prune the guest list for Biden's inauguration. Almost all of them must have already made their way inside, and we're also picking up that the swearing-in ceremony has been limited only to the members of Congress, and they were permitted to bring only one guest each, reportedly. But anyway, all said and done, this is going to it has already grabbed so much of international attention.
Yes.
And in just some moments from now, the oath-taking ceremony will officially kickstart. And if we have our guests still with us, we may like to thank our guests who joined us in the first part of our broadcast. Ambassador Arun Kumar Singh, thank you so much, sir, for joining us as we stay with these live visuals. Also thanking Dr. Harinder Sikho as well as Ms. Manjeet Tripalani for joining us on the broadcast, and we stay live on these visuals from Washington DC, Capitol Hill. Mark.
Indeed, yes. So this is an extremely wonderful event, and one would think about it, because it takes place on the 20th of January, and it's extremely cold in Washington at this time. It probably would be -8 degrees or so temperature in the daytime. And you can see that people will flock that area on a normal occasion. It would be crowded because, and it's an event which is a moment of celebration. The country is swearing in a new president. It is a moment of promise, a moment of hope.
Nick is with us. Nick Harper is with us. We stay with those live visuals and Nick starts talking to us. Nick, go on please. Now Biden and Kamala Harris, the Vice President-elect, the President-elect with their respective spouses and a beeline of VVIP guests have already made their way inside. What happens next, Nick?
Yeah, let me just talk you through those pictures. They have been arriving during the course of the last hour or so. We're seeing many dignitaries turning up. In just the last 10 minutes or so, we've seen Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, arrive there. We're expecting Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker in the Democrat House of Representatives, and of course Joe Biden will be turning up anytime soon. Now he's expected to start the inaugural program at 11:15 local time, so that is about 40 minutes from now. It is very much a moment where he will be backstage getting ready, preparing for what will be undoubtedly the most important speech of his life, and he's certainly had quite a few over the last few months. To win the election, after the election and now this one, to try and unite the country at an incredible time where it's facing a pandemic, an economic fallout and a social crisis, with the country very politically divided, very polarised across that Republican and Democrat divide. And somehow he needs to bring the whole country together to try and unite them. But also we're likely to see him injecting some empathy, something that he's been known for during his almost 50 years as a politician. He has often brought it back to the common man and sympathised and empathised with Americans. That's what we saw him do in the last 24 hours when he arrived in Washington last night and held that important memorial event for the 400,000 Americans who've died. So as we begin to see these dignitaries arrive and walk out onto the platform with the military band playing, we will begin to see them take their seats. And I think it's important to note that there's very few people there this time round. As you mentioned a moment ago, it's very scaled back, perhaps 1,000 to 2,000, as opposed to the 200,000 tickets that are normally given out for events like this.
And so the 200,000 tickets, but there are going to be 200,000 flags which have been placed to represent the missing crowd. Talk us through the flags that are there at the ceremony itself. You know, the way they have been draped. Are they? Do they signify something, or what do they mean?
Yeah, the flags that are draped over the front of the Capitol building, we probably just saw them just a moment ago. Now, they are normally placed for each inauguration, representing the US history with the more traditional US flag, which is used today, but also past historical flags positioned there in front of the Capitol building, really trying to show that history, that 244 years of American history, how it is unified in today's celebratory event. Interesting to know this inauguration, and it dates back to 1789. That was the first inauguration event that was held. It's been held here at the Capitol building on the 20th of January at noon since 1937. It was held later in the year, in March and in April.
Nick, we're going to stop you for just a moment because we are showing some tweets of Kamala Harris, who's tweeted photographs of her mother, and her mother, as we know, is South Indian. So this is, and she says she's here today because of the woman who came before her.
Well, I think
Women, Asian, white, Latina, Native American women who throughout our nation's history have paved the way for this moment. Women who fought and sacrificed so much for equality and liberty and justice for all, including the black women who are too often overlooked, but so often prove they are the backbone of our democracy. All the women who have worked to secure and protect the right to vote for over a century, 100 years ago with the 19th Amendment, 55 years ago with the Voting Rights Act, and continued the fight for their fundamental right to vote and be heard. I reflect on their struggle, their determination, and the strength of their vision to see what can be unburdened by what has been. And I stand on their shoulders.
Okay. I think that's going to draw tremendous amount of reaction. We'll have to see, because I think there is a hidden message. There is a message how the Biden-Harris administration is going to deal with the current social inequity in the United States of America.
Yes, indeed. I think that the message that Kamala Harris gave out was an important message about women and their place in American society. And she, as we know, is the first woman vice president, and she said in a famous speech that she's not going to be the last. So this is the beginning of what's going to be different in America. She, of course, when the choice of the photographs began with her own mother, Shamala Gopalan Harris, and that was an important statement to be made. Nick Harper, you can tell us a little bit about the importance of women and how women are looking at the first woman vice president of the United States in the change of, let's say, the whole concept of gender equity. one would think would come from a country which is, let's say, advanced as the United States. And it's taken a long time for a woman to enter into the highest office, into the highest offices, rather.
It absolutely has. I mean, as she paid reference to in that video, women have been an integral part in obtaining rights, not just for women, but for many Americans across the United States. Within the last 100 years, women have achieved the right to vote here in the US, but also people of colour have achieved that right to vote. And she is both of those. She is the first female vice president, the first woman of colour vice president, the first Indian American vice president. Incredible firsts for her, and very much becoming, I guess, a role model for very many young women and young girls right across the United States. 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton, the Democrat, was hoping to become the first female president. Of course, we know that didn't happen. Kamala Harris, instead, perhaps taking that mantle now of becoming a role model for young girls out there, and paying tribute to them, I think, is very key. Kamala Harris very much making that point that she would not be here today if it was not for those women who have come before her over the course of the last 100 years, including her mother. Those beautiful pictures that we saw just a moment ago of Kamala Harris as a child with her mother, paying reference and paying homage very prominently here on the day when she will become the vice president to her Indian heritage and those ideals and those beliefs that were instilled in her by her mother.
Well, you talked about Indian heritage. Nick, a quick one. A sense how Americans have taken to her Indian heritage also, because here in India, well, that's the greatest thing one would have seen. One of the greatest things, rather.
Yeah, undoubtedly. And she has relied on this throughout her run. First, she was running, of course, to be president. She was one of Joe Biden's rivals to get the Democratic nominee for president, and then became his vice president. She played on that heritage throughout, that Indian heritage. It is an important voting bloc, as we heard from one of the guests just a short while ago. Indian Americans are becoming much more vocal in their political views. They represented about 10% of the potential voting bloc, many of them siding with the Democrats. And I think it's important for the Democrats to pay tribute to those Indian Americans who have helped to get Kamala Harris and Joe Biden elected. And they're also recognizing and referencing that in the way that they're putting together their cabinet. We know that there are around 20 Indian Americans in the incoming administration, 17 in key White House positions, and 13 of them are women. A record number of Indian Americans. We've never seen that large a representation from this minority group here in the United States in any cabinet, in any White House administration.
Yes.
So Joe Biden and Kamala Harris very much paying tribute to Indian Americans at this point.
In fact, we have one of our very eminent diplomats and former ambassador Taranjeet Singh Sandhu also one of the invitees of that ceremony, because he has tweeted, Taranjeet Singh Sandhu, Ambassador Sandhu tweeting that pleasure to attend the historic ceremony. Meanwhile, let's also, as we stay with Nick and these live visuals, if we have our, yes, we will be going to our panel in a bit. We will be joined by Ambassador Dr. Mohan Kumar in a bit from now. Ambassador Mohan Kumar is going to be with us, and we will also be going across to Professor Harshvardhan as well as Dr. Nabarun Ghose, who will be joining us also from Ohio in US. We'll go to them in a bit, but meanwhile staying with you, Nick, and as we stay with these visuals, Nick, after all this, after this ceremony, the focus is immediately, Nick, going to shift to the business. He's going to immediately go back to business, and that, of course, first things first being the execution of those executive orders. More on that, please.
Yeah, absolutely. We're told that he may sign as many as 17 executive orders, bits of business that he will be able to sign later on in the day, many of them instantly reversing the policies that Donald Trump put in, showing that on day one he essentially wants to erase part of Donald Trump's legacy. Just to run you through a few of what the things that he plans to do: instantly rejoining the Paris Climate Agreement that was signed back in 2015 that Donald Trump withdrew from, instantly showing that he wants to make climate change and the battle against it central to his incoming administration. administration. He also plans to set out a new immigration policy that would give a path to citizenship to about 11 million undocumented people living in the United States, many of them from Latin America. He also intends to put a mask mandate in place, asking people for the next 100 days to wear masks right across the United States. And in the coming days, we're likely to see him returning to the World Health Organization.
Okay. Yes. Nick, the story is moving very fast. First visuals on DD India, former President Bill Clinton, accompanied by Hillary Clinton, of course. And let's quickly go across to Ambassador Mohan Kumar and Professor Pant also. Ambassador Kumar, coming to you as we stay with the visual. We want a quick reaction from you. What's the tone setting here like, especially the tweet from Kamala Harris and also from Joe Biden? Now, Joe Biden, President-elect, says, "I love you, Jilly." Well, this one is for his wife, and I couldn't be more grateful to have you with me on the journey ahead. And Kamala Harris, that tweet, in fact, which chronicles her journey and also gives us a hint as to how is the Biden administration going to deal. Yes, that's the tweet that I was referring to. And the Kamala Harris tweet also. Let's listen in.
Well, this is what it says. It says, "I love you, Jilly, and I couldn't be more grateful to have you with me on the journey ahead." And you can see the two of them standing there, masks, importantly, that they are wearing. And that, as Nick was saying, is going to be one of the mandates. He's going to ask people to wear masks for 100 days.
Yes, and Ambassador Kumar, now for you to just give us a sense, very personalized tweets, but yet extremely overwhelming and strong. What's the message here?
Yes, I think of two tweets. I would say the one by Kamala Harris seems of much greater import to me because she has just been, she represents so many firsts, the first woman, the first black woman, the first South Asian woman, and so on. And I think to pay tribute to her mother is, I would say, it's a very Indian trait, isn't it? A Mother India, that kind of thing. It's a very South Asian thing to actually pay tribute to one's mother. But in Kamala Harris's case, it's of course entirely justified because she really wouldn't be there but for her mother. I think her mother took extraordinary risks coming from a conservative community, going out there at 18, 19 years, that time all alone to do cancer research, falling in love with a black man.
We are seeing visuals also of George W. Bush and his wife Laura Bush coming in. They are also there. So two former presidents have arrived at the ceremony.
Yes.
Go ahead, Ambassador Mohan Kumar. Sorry to interrupt you. Just had to clarify the photograph picture.
I understand. So I would say of the tweets, of the two tweets that you mentioned, Kamala Harris much more significant, much more personal, with a message to all the disadvantaged communities in the United States that you can do it. If I can do it to every single black kid, South Asian kid, Latino kid, you can be the Vice President of the United States. So it's in a way, it is resurrecting the American dream that you can be anything you want to be.
And that's Barack Obama. That's Barack Obama, who just a while back, of course, Michelle Obama, their former President of America, who a while back came up with a tweet which spoke volumes of the kind of camaraderie, chemistry and support he has been lending to Joe Biden. Yes, sir, please go ahead. Ambassador Mohan Kumar.
So I thought that was the message of Kamala Harris, that, it's a message to everybody in the United States that the American dream is back. And if you want to be the president, the vice president, you can do it. So that's the message. On the tweet by Joe Biden, that is more personal, I think. I think in the case of Joe Biden, I have to say honestly, it's a classic case of if you don't succeed at first, try again. He has run for president before. He has several times run for office. He's been vice president. And this was definitely the last attempt to become president. And I think it's a classic example of resilience, of trying again and again to make it, to succeed. So there is also a message there that his wife has stood by him. and that he is conveying the message that if you try hard enough, you can get it, and you don't be, obstructed by failure. So I thought that was the message in the tweet from Joe Biden.
Right. So, Professor Harshpant, looking at the first day in office, there are so many executive orders that are going to be signed, most of them to reverse Trump policies. Put this into context for us. What does it actually mean? Is it going to be like, we're changing course, we're changing direction, this is a new America? What does it mean?
Well, certainly, Mr. Biden has talked about a restorationist agenda. He wants to restore America in the eyes of Americans and American ideals in the eyes of the world. So clearly for him, it's about how to make sure that from the very first day, your stamp is there on the political process. And clearly, you may recall, Mr. Trump also did something very similar. Immediately, once he came to power, the first day in office, he did away with a lot of Obama-era policies, starting with Obamacare and JCPOA, climate change, etc. So now it's time for reversal, and Mr. Biden is clearly making a political statement that these are the priorities. And I think executive orders mean that he can start from the very first day, because politically otherwise it will be challenging in the Congress. It might be challenging in the Congress, in the Senate in particular, where a lot of his more ambitious agenda will have to go through, and where there might be a deadlock. At the moment there is a deadlock, 50-50. So clearly, executive orders allow him to reach out to his supporters and also frame his legacy from day one. Because clearly the challenges are huge, economic, social, and health related, and the time is very limited. You will very soon, Americans' electoral cycles are very small, presidential cycles are very small, very short, and very soon there will be another round of presidential nominations. And for Mr. Biden, therefore, given the challenges, he has to reach out to America, he has to reach out to the world, and make a case that he is reversing back certain elements of Trumpism that perhaps will continue despite Mr. Trump going out of office today. So the challenge is huge, and I think the executive order suits him in that context, and we will see some changes, be it in terms of immigration, be it in terms of climate change, be it in terms of multilateralism, or be it in terms of what he wants to do in the domestic socio-economic agenda.
Yes, and this is the U.S. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts who just came in, and that was Judge Sotomayor who followed. So these are the two judges who would be administering the oath to the respective leaders, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Yes. Ambassador Kumar, yesterday we talked about the anticipation, what Biden's speech is going to be all about. Today, in the last 24 hours, yes, we have heard of President-elect Joe Biden. It was short but extremely emotional when he honored at the Delaware the ones who lost their lives. And yes, and as we stay again on to these visuals, I think the ceremony is going to kickstart any moment from now. Very briefly, Ambassador Kumar, what do you think is going to be the cornerstone of Biden's speech today? Because the user word healing, democracy, let's be together, let's unite. This is all what we hear from both of them. Do you think it's not really going to be more about policies but inclusive, wherein you're trying to reach out to the Americans and trying to bridge the divide? Or do you think he's going to spell out the blueprint of his administration?
I think it is largely the former.
Okay.
I think one of the key messages that I see him giving is to the 74.5 million people who did not vote for Biden. I think Joe Biden, being Joe Biden, he will tell them, I'm also your American president. I'm also your president. I know you did not vote for me, but I'm going to be your president. So that is message number one. Message number two, 400,000 people have lost their lives due to COVID-19, which is frankly unacceptable in a country like United States. So he's going to extend sympathies to the families who have lost their lives on COVID, You could say it was because of negligence, but let's not get into that. And I think he has got a plan to help people who have been affected by the economic crisis. So I would be surprised if he did not dwell on the kind of assistance they are going to get. There's been talk of $2,000 checks. There has been talk of student debt being forgiven. So the second message that I see is how to exonerate or at least relieve a little bit the economic hardship that people have been facing. That would be the second message. And if you have time, I will give you the third message. The third message, in my view, has got to be the race issue, which has come into sharp.
And I think Kamala Harris, sorry I'm interrupting you here, very quick one. She's already hinted the race thing that you talked about. There is a hint. She's talked about black women. She's talked about her journey. She's talked about the fundamental right of voting and much more.
Yes, I think the race issue has to be directly addressed. One of the executive orders that he's going to sign is on race and diversity. I understand Susan Rice, the former ambassador to the UN under Obama, is going to be the person who's going to be the point person. And I think they're going to have all federal agencies look at systematic racial discrimination in the United States. I think it's good that the United States has acknowledged there is discrimination, and then they will set about trying to see how to address it.
Ambassador Kumar, I am going to just briefly interrupt you for 10 more seconds as we once again go back to Professor Pant. Former presidents there, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, Bush, with their respective spouses. These are live visuals again on DD India, live from Washington, D.C., Capitol Hill, where the swearing-in ceremony is going to take place right there. And that you see right on your screen, the west side of Capitol Hill, which is the seat of the U.S. legislature, the same location which pro-Trump supporters stormed on 6th of January, and all that leaving behind to history. This is going to be the new history that in fact is being scripted, and as these beeline of VVIPs walking out from inside Capitol Hill to the ceremony stage that has been erected, it's looking absolutely majestic.
Family members of both Kamala Harris and Joe Biden who are coming in. In fact, Joe Biden has a son and a daughter who would be attending, Hunter Biden and Ashley Biden, and Kamala Harris's stepchildren would also be attending. So this is how it looks like. Well, it certainly does look like this.
Yes.
But of course,
but it looks great.
Since it's a very limited crowd, it
on a lighter note, if we could take that to Professor Pant. Trump
this is Vice President Pence.
Yes, Vice President Pence, and he is the one who, surprised many. Professor Pant, as we stay with Pence's visuals, well, Trump is missing this, but do you think he's really missed a lot, giving it a snub?
Well, I think, a leader of the free world, as American presidents are often called, should be more graceful in defeat, and that grace was missing from Mr. Trump. Had he been more graceful, I think history perhaps would have taken a different note of his legacy, because in certain areas he has changed the American discourse. But the way he has handled his defeat since November, since that fateful day in November, that had reshaped the atmosphere to an extent where we could have something like the Capitol Hill attack that we witnessed. So I think Mike Pence is being graceful. Mike Pence is being also politically correct, that there are certain norms and procedures in a democracy. When transition of power happens, you need to observe. And I think the fact that you have three presidents lining up as a support for Mr. Biden underscores that they recognize the challenge that America faces of disunity, of friction, of factions within America, and they are trying to make a case that America is united. So I think Mr. Pence's presence there is very welcome in that context.
We are joined also by Dr. Nabarun Ghosh, who's a professor of marketing and business at the University of Findlay, Ohio, USA, and president of the USA chapter of the NRA Welfare Society. Thank you very much, Dr. Ghosh. The question that comes to mind, we are talking about Mike Pence, who's come in. Well, there was a lot of confusion, but he was the one at the end of the day who actually declared the winner. And that was the official stamp given to the president-elect, and there was no other stamp needed. The courts needn't have decided. Nothing had to decided. The final word was the Vice President of the United States, as in his capacity as the head of the Senate, who decided that. And he's here already. So the point is, it sends out an important message that even though in a divided society, the nation is united.
Yes, the nation has matured, the nation is united, the nation has finally set a good example, and Vice President Pence certainly did his duty. That was his job. Once the states certified it, all they had to do was add up the total once more and certify it. And he did it in a very dignified manner under tremendous pressure. That shows the quality of the man.
Yes, and since your specialization is in business and marketing, what would you see as the economic priorities in trying to revive the economy, using COVID as a platform to create jobs? I mean, the fact that COVID requires a certain kind of administration, let's say, even with the vaccines, with keeping people away. There's a health core that requires jobs where the government can put in investment. There is a shift in the way people think. Is there a possibility that this is a stepping stone towards reviving the economy if you convert that challenge into an opportunity?
Ladies and gentlemen, obviously, I mean, right now the priority is surviving this war against an invisible enemy, COVID, and have to give close to 100% to fight it. And yes, fighting COVID will also revive the economy because there'll be a lot of money passing hands, and transactions will be generated and required. In addition, I believe that it should be the priority of the governments to lead infusion of money into the economy.
Yes.
People are struggling, people are facing hardships, and we have no option but to flood the market with finances so people actually go about the regular economic activities once again.
So there's $2 trillion in a package that is going to be announced, and $2,000 to every person in the United States, enhanced unemployment insurance. There's going to be a minimum wage of $15 per hour. There's going to be affordable health care. This is all state-driven to a large extent. So, I mean, the government is putting in plenty of money. There's going to be a shift towards clean energy, where the government is going to invest in clean infrastructure, trying to change the old infrastructure. It is basically where the government is putting in a lot of money in what one would think is a capitalist economy, which doesn't quite actually fit in with theory.
Yeah, theory is good. Times are changing, situations are fluid. I mean, there has to be some kind of a middle ground. Theory is excellent in being at one end of the pole, but reality forces us to find middle ground. And right now is an ideal and opportune and necessary time to find middle ground. In order to keep the economy vibrant, there has to be infusion by the government. And if you look at President Bush Jr. at the end of his term, they tried to revive the automobile industry. Then President Obama came in and supported it even more. And it did work. And if I'm not mistaken, that was the first time the government had invested and made a profit. So,
okay.
So there is no choice. The government has to get involved, has to take the lead, and has to provide.
All right. All right. Stay with us. Let's quickly go. Sir, please stay with us. We're going to once again go across to our colleague Nick Harper, joining us from outside Capitol Hill. Nick, what more are you picking up, Nick?
Could you put some names to the faces we are seeing, Nick?
Yes. Yes, it's becoming a little tricky, but then, recognizing former presidents is not really that difficult.
Yeah,
but Nick, on a serious note, yes. But Nick, we would just like to understand from you, Nick. Biden has spelled out his priorities loud and clear, directly, indirectly, officially, unofficially, from different platforms in the last 1.5 months. But as far as the people expectations are concerned, from that standpoint, what is America beleaguered from a pandemic, economically also speaking, you know, the recession and much more? What are the expectations from Biden's administration? There could be a lot of discussion politically and otherwise, but from American perspective, how does the wish list look like?
Is that a question
I
for
think
me?
the expectations
No, it's for Nick Harper, sir.
are
Thank you.
absolutely enormous.
Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
Nick, go ahead.
Absolutely enormous. I mean, there is a huge wish list that Joe Biden would like to achieve during his 4 years. Also, what he would hope to achieve during his first few days in office. For Americans who have seen 400,000 of their fellow Americans die from COVID-19, who've seen more than 10 million Americans lose their jobs and continue to be unemployed at this point in the pandemic and the economic fallout, I think he has to, first and foremost, try and bring the country together, and that is what he will try, I guess, to do in the course of his inaugural address that will take place in just under an hour's time, speaking to a nation to try and draw them together. In terms of his wish list of things to do, COVID-19 and the economy are front and centre, giving more money to funding those vaccines, to increase and speed up the rollout of those vaccines, to ask people to wear masks for the next 100 days. And from an economic point of view, try and get that $1.9 trillion stimulus package passed through Congress as quickly as possible. We're hearing that he's hoping to achieve that within the next week or so, as well as getting direct payments of $1,400 to Americans' bank accounts, people who are struggling, who are unemployed, who have seen economic prospects dwindling. He has an enormous task ahead of him. It has been compared to not seeing situations like this since the Great Depression in the 1930s here in the United States.
Nick.
And he comes in at a time when people have been dying from COVID-19 as well. It's a huge task.
Yes, and something which also might intrigue many, the fact that Pence is attending the inauguration ceremony, we cut live to those visuals, but he chose to skip Donald Trump's farewell event at Joint Base Andrews this morning. What does this speak of?
That's right. It does seem an incredible split on the very final day in the last few hours when those two are meant to be working together and running the country.
Kamala Harris, the lady of the moment, United States of America, Vice President-elect, making her way out from Capitol Hill, of course accompanied by her husband. She's going to, in fact, take the center stage at the Capitol platform outside, wherein she's going to be taking or administered the oath of office in secrecy, which will be followed by Joe Biden. Mark.
Yes, indeed. Kamala Harris and her spouse, Doug Emhoff, who is with her. And Kamala Harris is the first woman
gracefully and slowly making her way out, accompanied by her
hold this
husband.
office, and as she said, she's not going to be the last, and that's important. And that's the message that she got from her mother, who is Shamla Gopalan, who taught her that, and that's the message that I think is very significant.
Yes,
because it's guided her life. Because she said that, you know, you might be the first to do many things, but you're not going to be the last.
Yes.
So that's the important thing.
And before she's administered the oath of office as the Vice President of America, her Twitter handle said it all. I'm here today because of the woman who came before me. And I think, yes, and I think in any moment rather, we will also get to see first on your channel pictures of Joe Biden, the president-elect, in a bit. But for that, we'll have to wait a little bit longer.
Right.
But
and Kamala Harris is also going to be... Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, Kamala Devi Harris, and Mr. Douglas Emhoff. The Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Staff Representative Alexandria Gordikan-DeChico, accompanying the House Republican Leader, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy. Staff Representative Bridget Brennan, accompanying House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steny Hoyer and Mrs. Yvette Lewis. Staff Representative Kate Knudsen, accompanying Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi and Mr. Paul Pelosi. Staff Representative Lindsey Kerr, accompanying the Honorable Amy Klobuchar and Mr. John Bessler. Staff Representative Stephanie Hager-Mucko, accompanying Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable Mitch McConnell and the Honorable Elaine L. Chao. And Staff Representative Rochelle Graves Schroeder, accompanying the Chairman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Mark Blunt. and gentlemen, accompanying the President-elect, the Staff Director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Fitzhugh Elder IV, the Acting House Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Tim Blodgett, and the Acting Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Jennifer Hemingway. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., and Dr. Jill Biden. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Vice President Pence, Mr. President-elect, Madam Vice President-elect, members of Congress and the judicial branch, former presidents and first ladies, vice presidents, leaders from abroad, and a whole bunch of Bidens. America, welcome to the 59th presidential inauguration, where in just a few moments, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will take their solemn oaths. This ceremony is the culmination of 244 years of a democracy. It is the moment when leaders brought to this stage by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish it and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, guardians of our country. Have we become too jaded, too accustomed to the ritual of the passing of the torch of democracy to truly appreciate what a blessing and a privilege it is to witness this moment? I think not. 2 weeks ago, when an angry, violent mob staged an insurrection and desecrated this temple of our democracy, it awakened us to our responsibilities as Americans. This is the day when our democracy picks itself up, brushes off the dust, and does what America always does: goes forward as a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This conveyance of a sacred trust between our leaders and our people takes place in front of this shining Capitol dome for a reason. When Abraham Lincoln gave his first inaugural address in front of this Capitol, the dome was only partially constructed, braced by ropes of steel. He promised he would finish it. He was criticized for spending funds on it during the Civil War. To those critics, he replied, If the people see the Capitol going on, it is a sign we intend the Union shall go on. And it did, and it will. Generations of Americans gave their lives to preserve our republic in this place. Great legislation to protect civil rights and economic security and lead the world was debated and crafted under this dome. Now it falls on all of us, not just the two leaders we are inaugurating today, to take up the torch of our democracy, not as a weapon of political arson, but as an instrument for good. We pledge today never to take our democracy for granted as we celebrate its remarkable strength. We celebrate its resilience, its grit. We celebrate the ordinary people doing extraordinary things for our nation, the doctors and nurses on the front line of this pandemic, the officers in the Capitol, a new generation never giving up hope for justice. We celebrate a new president, Joe Biden, who vows to restore the soul of America and cross the river of our divides to a higher plane. And we celebrate our first African American, first Asian American, and first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, who stands on the shoulders of so many on this platform who have forged the way to this day. When she takes the oath of office, little girls and boys across the world will know that anything and everything is possible. And in the end, that is America, our democracy, a country of so much good. And today, on these Capitol steps and before this glorious field of flags, we rededicate ourselves to its cause. Thank you. It is now my honor to introduce to you the senator who has worked with me and so many others to make this ceremony possible, my friend and the chair of the inaugural committee, Missouri Senator Roy Blunt.
Well, I should have known when Senator Klobuchar got involved, at least there'd be a touch of snow up here this morning. Of all the things we'd considered, I don't think snow was on my agenda until I walked out the door a moment ago. But thank you, Senator Klobuchar, and thanks to the other members of the Joint Congressional Committee on the Inauguration as we officially begin the 59th inaugural ceremony. I also want to thank the Joint Committee staff and our partners, particularly our security partners, for the way they've dealt with unprecedented circumstances. When I chaired the inauguration 4 years ago, I shared President Reagan's 1981 description of this event as commonplace and miraculous. Commonplace because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Miraculous because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Americans have celebrated this moment during war, during depression, and now during pandemic. Once again, all three branches of our government come together as the Constitution envisions. Once again, we renew our commitment to our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union. That theme for this inauguration, our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union, was announced by the Joint Committee before the election with the belief that the United States can only fulfill its promise and set an example for others if we are always working to be better than we have been. The Constitution established that determined democracy with its first three words, declaring the people as the source of the government. The Articles of Confederation hadn't done that. The Magna Carta hadn't done that. Only the Constitution says the government exists because the people are the source of the reason it exists. They immediately followed those first three words with the words to form a more perfect union. The founders did not say to form a perfect union. They did not claim that in our new country nothing would need to be improved. Fortunately, they understood that always working to be better would be the hallmark of a great democracy. The freedoms we have today, the nation we have today, is not here just because it happened, and they aren't complete. A great democracy working through the successes and failures of our history, striving to be better than it had been. And we are more than we have been, and we are less than we hope to be. The assault on our Capitol at this very place just 2 weeks ago reminds us that a government designed to balance and check itself is both fragile and resilient. During the last year, the pandemic challenged our free and open society and called for extraordinary determination and sacrifice, and still challenges us today. Meeting that challenge head on have been and are healthcare workers, scientists, first responders, essential frontline workers, and so many others we depend on in so many ways. Today we come to this moment. People all over the world, as we're here, are watching and will watch what we do here. Our government comes together. The Congress and the courts join the transition of executive responsibility. One political party more pleased today and on every inaugural day than the other. But this is not a moment of division, it's a moment of unification. A new administration begins and brings with it a new beginning. And with that, our great national debate goes forward, and a determined democracy will continue to be essential in pursuit of a more perfect union and a better future for all Americans. What a privilege for me to join you today. Thank you. I'm pleased to call to the podium a longtime friend of the President-elect and his family, Father Leo O'Donovan, to lead us in an invocation. Please stand if you are able and remain standing for the national anthem and the pledge to our flag.
Gracious and merciful God, at this sacred time we come before you in need, indeed on our knees. But we come still more with hope and with our eyes raised anew to the vision of a more perfect union in our land, a union of all our citizens to promote the general welfare and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. We are a people of many races, creeds, and colors, national backgrounds, cultures, and styles, now far more numerous and on land much vaster than when Archbishop John Carroll wrote his prayer for the inauguration of George Washington 232 years ago. Archbishop Carroll prayed that you, O Creator of all, would assist with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude the President of these United States, that his administration may be conducted in righteousness and be eminently useful to your people. Today we confess our past failures to live according to our vision of equality, inclusion, and freedom for all. Yet we resolutely commit still more now to renewing the vision, to caring for one another in word and deed, especially the least fortunate among us, and so becoming a light for the world. There is a power in each and every one of us that lives by turning to every other one of us, a thrust of the Spirit to cherish and care and stand by others, and above all, those most in need. It is called love, and its path is to give ever more of itself. Today, it is called American patriotism, born not of power and privilege, but of care for the common good, with malice toward none and with charity for all. For our new president, we beg of you the wisdom Solomon sought when he knelt before you and prayed for an understanding heart, so that I can govern your people and know the difference between right and wrong. We trust in the counsel of the letter of James. If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. Pope Francis has reminded us how important it is to dream together. By ourselves, he wrote, we risk seeing mirages, things that are not there. Dreams, on the other hand, are built together. Be with us, holy mystery of love, as we dream together. Help us under our new president to reconcile the people of our land, restore our dream and invest it with peace and justice and the joy that is the overflow of love. To the glory of your name, forever, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the presentation of our national colors by the Armed Forces Color Guard, the singing of our national anthem, and for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ladies and gentlemen, here for the singing of our national anthem, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band, please welcome Lady Gaga.
Twilight
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from the City of South Fulton, Georgia Fire and Rescue Department, President of the International Association of Firefighters, Local 3920, Fire Captain Andrea M. Hall, for the reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
What you are all about to be part of, America, is a historic moment of firsts. To administer the oath to our first African American, our first Asian American, and our first woman Vice President, Kamala Harris, it is my great privilege to welcome to the inaugural stage the first Latina to ever serve on the Supreme Court of the United States of America, Justice Sonia Sotomayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear
I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully discharge
that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
the duties of the office upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome Jennifer Lopez to perform This Land Is Your Land and America the Beautiful, accompanied by members of the President's Own United States Marine Band.
This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Islands, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. As I went walking down that ribbon of highway, I saw above me that endless skyway. I saw below me that golden valley. This land was made for you and me. Oh, this land, oh, this land. This land was made for you and me. Oh, this land, oh, this land. This land was made for you and me. You and me. Oh, America, America, God shed His grace on thee and crowned thy good with brotherhood. From sea to shining
Una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Let's get loud. 'Cause this land was made for you and me.
Well, that was great. The sun is shining, and Mr. President-elect, this is the first inauguration in the history of America where J-Lo was the warm-up act for Chief Justice Roberts. With that, it is now my distinct honor to introduce the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, John Roberts, to administer the presidential oath to the next President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
Office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Right, you're watching the continuous coverage of Biden in White House, our special coverage here on DD India, and the news breaking this moment is Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. is officially the President of the United States.
Absolutely. Joe Biden has taken oath as the 46th President of the United States of America. And Kamala Harris has taken oath as the Vice President of the United States.
My fellow Americans, a moment we have all been waiting for. It is now my great privilege and high honor to be the first person to officially introduce the 46th President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden Jr.
Chief Justice Roberts, Vice President Harris, Speaker Pelosi, Leader Schumer, Leader McConnell, Vice President Pence, and my distinguished guests, my fellow Americans. This is America's day. This is democracy's day, a day of history and hope, of renewal and resolve. Through a crucible for the ages, America has been tested anew, and America has risen to the challenge. Today, we celebrate the triumph not of a candidate, but of a cause, the cause of democracy. The people, the will of the people has been heard, and the will of the people has been heeded. We've learned again that democracy is precious. Democracy is fragile. And at this hour, my friends, democracy has prevailed. So now, on this hallowed ground where just a few days ago, violence sought to shake the Capitol's very foundation, we come together as one nation, under God, indivisible, to carry out the peaceful transfer of power as we have for more than 2 centuries. As we look ahead in our uniquely American way, restless, bold, optimistic, and set our sights on the nation we know we can be and we must be. I thank my predecessors of both parties for their presence here today. I thank them from the bottom of my heart. And I know the resilience of our Constitution and the strength of our nation, as does President Carter, who I spoke with last night, who cannot be with us today, but whom we salute for his lifetime in service. I've just taken the sacred oath each of those patriots have taken, the oath first sworn by George Washington. But the American story depends not on any one of us, not on some of us, but on all of us, on we, the people, who seek a more perfect union. This is a great nation. We are good people. And over the centuries, through storm and strife, in peace and in war, we've come so far, but we still have far to go. We'll press forward with speed and urgency, for we have much to do in this winter of peril and significant possibilities. Much to repair, much to restore, much to heal, much to build, and much to gain. Few people in our nation's history have been more challenged or found a time more challenging or difficult than the time we're in now. Once-in-a-century virus that silently stalks the country. It's taken as many lives in 1 year as America lost in all of World War II. Millions of jobs have been lost. Hundreds of thousands of businesses closed. A cry for racial justice, some 400 years in the making, moves us. The dream of justice for all will be deferred no longer. A cry for survival comes from the planet itself, a cry that can't be any more desperate or any more clear. And now, a rise of political extremism, white supremacy, domestic terrorism, that we must confront and we will defeat. To overcome these challenges, to restore the soul and secure the future of America, requires so much more than words. It requires the most elusive of all things in a democracy: unity. Unity. In another January, on New Year's Day in 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. When he put pen to paper, the president said, and I quote, "If my name ever goes down into history, it'll be for this act, and my whole soul is in it." My whole soul is in it. Today, on this January day, my whole soul is in this. Bringing America together, uniting our people, uniting our nation. And I ask every American to join me in this cause. Uniting to fight the foes we face: anger, resentment and hatred, extremism, lawlessness, violence, disease, joblessness, and hopelessness. With unity, we can do great things, important things. We can right wrongs. We can put people to work in good jobs. We can teach our children in safe schools. We can overcome the deadly virus. We can reward work and rebuild the middle class and make health care secure for all. We can deliver racial justice, and we can make America once again the leading force for good in the world. I know speaking of unity can sound to some like a foolish fantasy these days. I know the forces that divide us are deep and they are real. But I also know they are not new. Our history has been a constant struggle between the American ideal that we're all are created equal and the harsh, ugly reality that racism, nativism, fear, demonization have long torn us apart. The battle is perennial, and victory is never assured. Through Civil War, the Great Depression, World War, 9/11, through struggle, sacrifice, and setbacks, our better angels have always prevailed. In each of these moments, enough of us have come together to carry all of us forward. And we can do that now. History, faith, and reason show the way of unity. We can see each other not as adversaries, but as neighbors. We can treat each other with dignity and respect. We can join forces, stop the shouting, and lower the temperature. For without unity, there is no peace, only bitterness and fury. No progress, only exhausting outrage. no nation, only a state of chaos. This is our historic moment of crisis and challenge, and unity is the path forward. And we must meet this moment as the United States of America. If we do that, I guarantee you we will not fail. We have never, ever, ever, ever failed in America when we've acted together. And so today, at this time, in this place, let's start afresh, all of us. Let's begin to listen to one another again, hear one another, see one another, show respect to one another. Politics doesn't have to be a raging fire, destroying everything in its path. Every disagreement doesn't have to be a cause for total war. And we must reject the culture in which facts themselves are manipulated and even manufactured. My fellow Americans, we have to be different than this. America has to be better than this. And I believe America is so much better than this. Just look around. Here we stand in the shadow of the Capitol Dome, as was mentioned earlier, completed amid the Civil War, when the Union itself was literally hanging in the balance. Yet we endured. We prevailed. Here we stand, looking out on the great mall where Dr. King spoke of his dream. Here we stand where 108 years ago, at another inaugural, thousands of protesters tried to block brave women marching for the right to vote. And today, we mark the swearing in of the first woman in American history elected to national office, Vice President Kamala Harris. Don't tell me things can't change. Here we stand, across the Potomac from Arlington Cemetery, where heroes who gave the last full measure of devotion rest in eternal peace. And here we stand, just days after a riotous mob thought they could use violence to silence the will of the people, to stop the work of our democracy, to drive us from this sacred ground. It did not happen. It will never happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Not ever. To all those who supported our campaign, I'm humbled by the faith you've placed in us. To all those who did not support us, let me say this. Hear me out as we move forward. Take a measure of me and my heart. And if you still disagree, so be it. That's democracy. That's America. The right to dissent peaceably within the guardrails of our republic is perhaps this nation's greatest strength. Yet hear me clearly. Disagreement must not lead to disunion. And I pledge this to you. I will be a president for all Americans. All Americans. And I promise you, I will fight as hard for those who did not support me as for those who did. Many centuries ago, St. Augustine, a saint of my church, wrote that a people was a multitude defined by the common objects of their love. Defined by the common objects of their love. What are the common objects we as Americans love that define us as Americans? I think we know. Opportunity, security, liberty, dignity, respect, honor, and yes, the truth. Recent weeks and months have taught us a painful lesson. There is truth and there are lies. Lies told for power and for profit. And each of us has a duty and a responsibility as citizens, as Americans, and especially as leaders. Leaders who have pledged to honor our Constitution and protect our nation, to defend the truth and defeat the lies. Look, I understand that many of my fellow Americans view the future with fear and trepidation. I understand they worry about their jobs. I understand.
So there you heard Joe Biden delivering his
Right.
inaugural address.
Right, so the breaking news this moment, viewers, is that Joe Biden has become the 46th president of the US, and Kamala Harris becomes the first woman vice president of the US.
Absolutely. And in the inaugural address, Joe Biden
this
has
uncivil
appealed for
war
unity.
that pits red against blue, rural versus urban, conservative versus liberal. We can do this if we open our souls instead of hardening our hearts, if we show a little tolerance and humility, and if we're willing to stand in the other person's shoes, as my mom would say, just for a moment, stand in their shoes. Because here's the thing about life. There's no accounting for what fate will deal you. Some days, when you need a hand. There are other days when we're called to lend a hand. That's how it has to be. That's what we do for one another. And if we are this way, our country will be stronger, more prosperous, more ready for the future. And we can still disagree. My fellow Americans, in the work ahead of us, we're going to need each other. We need all our strength to persevere through this dark winter. We're entering what may be the toughest and deadliest period of the virus. We must set aside politics and finally face this pandemic as one nation. One nation. And I promise you this, as the Bible says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. We will get through this together. Together. Look, folks, all my colleagues I serve with in the House and the Senate up here, we all understand the world is watching all of us today. So here's my message to those beyond our borders. America has been tested, and we've come out stronger for it. We will repair our alliances and engage with the world once again, not to meet yesterday's challenges, but today's and tomorrow's challenges. And we'll lead not merely by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. We'll be a strong and trusted partner for peace, progress, and security. Look, you all know we've been through so much in this nation. And my first act as president, I'd like to ask you to join me in a moment of silent prayer. Remember all of those who we lost in this past year to the pandemic. Those 400,000 fellow Americans, moms, dads, husbands, wives, sons, daughters, friends, neighbors, and co-workers. We'll honor them by becoming the people and the nation we know we can and should be. So I ask you, let's say a silent prayer for those who've lost their lives and those left behind, and for our country. Amen. Folks, this is a time of testing. We face an attack on our democracy and on truth, a raging virus, growing inequity, the sting of systemic racism, a climate in crisis, America's role in the world. Any one of these would be enough to challenge us in profound ways. But the fact is, we face them all at once, presenting this nation with one of the gravest responsibilities we've had. Now we're going to be tested. Are we going to step up, all of us, It's time for boldness, for there's so much to do. And this is certain. I promise you, we will be judged, you and I, by how we resolve these cascading crises of our era. We will rise to the occasion is the question. Will we master this rare and difficult hour? Will we meet our obligations and pass along a new and better world to our children? I believe we must. I'm sure you do as well. I believe we will. And when we do, we'll write the next great chapter in the history of the United States of America, the American story. A story that might sound something like a song that means a lot to me. It's called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, at least for me, and it goes like this. The work and prayers of century have brought us to this day. What shall be our legacy? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you. Let's us add our own work and prayers to the unfolding story of our great nation. If we do this, then when our days are through, our children and our children's children will say of us, they gave their best, they did their duty, they healed a broken land. My fellow Americans, I close the day where I began, with the sacred oath. Before God and all of you, I give you my word. I will always level with you. I will defend the Constitution. I'll defend our democracy. I'll defend America. And I'll give all of you, keep everything I do in your service, thinking not of power, but of possibilities, not of personal interest, but the public good. And together, we shall write an American story of hope, not fear, of unity, not division, of light, not darkness, a story of decency and dignity, love and healing, greatness and goodness. May this be the story that guides us, the story that inspires us, and the story that tells ages yet to come that we answered the call of history. We met the moment. Democracy and hope, truth and justice did not die on our watch but thrived. That America secured liberty at home and stood once again as a beacon to the world. That is what we owe our forebears, one another, and generation to follow. So, with purpose and resolve, we turn to those tasks of our time, sustained by faith, driven by conviction, and devoted to one another and the country we love with all our hearts. May God bless America, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Garth Brooks to perform Amazing Grace.
Amazing grace, how sweet saved a wretch like me. I was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun. If I can ask you to sing this last verse with me, not just the people here, but the people at home, at work, as one, united. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
Hard not to be reminded of President Obama's singing that same song at the Mother Emanuel Church. A song that in our culture is as close to both poetry and prayer as you could possibly come. And we're going to finish with those two things. Let me introduce Amanda Gorman, our nation's first ever National Poet Laureate.
Mr. President, Dr. Biden, Madam Vice President, Mr. Emhoff, Americans, and the world. When day comes, we ask ourselves, where can we find light in this never-ending shade? The loss we carry, a sea we must wade. We've braved the belly of the beast. We've learned that quiet isn't always peace, and the norms and notions of what just isn't always just is. And yet the dawn is ours before we knew it. Somehow we do it. Somehow we've weathered and witnessed a nation that isn't broken, but simply unfinished. We, the successors of a country and a time where a skinny black girl descended from slaves and raised by a single mother can dream of becoming president, only to find herself reciting for one. And yes, we are far from polished, far from pristine, but that doesn't mean we are striving to form a union that is perfect. We are striving to forge our union with purpose, to compose a country committed to all cultures, colors, characters, and conditions of man. And so we lift our gazes not to what stands between us, but what stands before us. We close the divide because we know to put our future first, we must first put our differences aside. We lay down our arms so we can reach out our arms to one another. We seek harm to none and harmony for all. Let the globe, if nothing else, say this is true. That even as we grieved, we grew, that even as we hurt, we hoped, that even as we tired, we tried, that we'll forever be tied together, victorious, not because we will never again know defeat, but because we will never again sow division. Scripture tells us to envision that everyone shall sit under their own vine and fig tree, and no one shall make them afraid. If we're to live up to our own time, then victory won't lie in the blade, but in all the bridges we've made. That is the promised glade, the hill we climb, if only we dare it, because being American is more than a pride we inherit. It's the past we step into and how we repair it. We've seen a force that would shatter our nation rather than share it, would destroy our country if it meant delaying democracy. And this effort very nearly succeeded. But while democracy can be periodically delayed, it can never be permanently defeated. In this truth, in this faith we trust, for while we have our eyes on the future, history has its eyes on us. This is the era of just redemption. We feared it at its inception. We did not feel prepared to be the heirs of such a terrifying hour, but within it we found the power to author a new chapter, to offer hope and laughter to ourselves. So, while once we asked, how could we possibly prevail over catastrophe? Now we assert, how could catastrophe possibly prevail over us? We will not march back to what was, but move to what shall be, a country that is bruised but whole, benevolent but bold, fierce and free. We will not be turned around or interrupted by intimidation, because we know our inaction and inertia will be the inheritance of the next generation. Our blunders become their burdens, but one thing is certain. If we merge mercy with might and might with right, then love becomes our legacy and change our children's birthright. So let us leave behind a country better than the one we were left. With every breath from my bronze-pounded chest, we will raise this wounded world into a wondrous one. We will rise from the gold-limbed hills of the west. We will rise from the wind-swept northeast, where our forefathers first realized revolution. We will rise from the lake-rimmed cities of the Midwestern states. We will rise from the sun-baked south. We will rebuild, reconcile, and recover in every known nook of our nation, in every corner called our country. Our people, diverse and beautiful, will emerge battered and beautiful. When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it.
Thank you, Amanda Gorman. Now for our benediction, I'm pleased to introduce Reverend Dr. Sylvester Beeman, the pastor of the Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Wilmington, Delaware, a friend of President Biden for 30 years.
As a nation and people of faith gathered in this historical moment, let us unite in prayer. God, we gather under the beauty of your holiness and the holiness of your beauty. We seek your face, your smile, your warm embrace. We petition you once more in this celebration. We pray for divine favor upon our President, Joseph R. Biden, and our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and their family. We further ask that you would extend the same favor upon our Vice President, Kamala D. Harris, and our second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, and their family. More than ever, they and our nation need you. We need you, for in you we discover our common humanity. In our common humanity, we will seek out the wounded and bind their wounds. We will seek healing for those who are sick and diseased. We will mourn our dead. We will befriend the lonely, the least, and the left out. We will share our abundance with those who are hungry. We will do justly to the oppressed, acknowledge sin, and seek forgiveness, thus grasping reconciliation. In discovering our humanity, we will seek the good in and for all our neighbors. We will love the unlovable, remove the stigma of the so-called untouchables. We will care for our most vulnerable, our children, the elderly, emotionally challenged, and the poor. We will seek rehabilitation beyond correction. We will extend opportunity to those locked out of opportunity. We will make friends of our enemies. We will make friends of our enemies. People, your people, shall no longer raise up weapons against one another. We will rather use our resources for the national good and become a beacon of life and goodwill to the world. And neither shall we learn hatred anymore. We will lie down in peace and not make our neighbors afraid. In you, O God, we discover our humanity. In our humanity, we discover our commonness. Beyond the difference of color, creed, origin, political party, ideology, geography, and personal preferences, we'll become greater stewards of your environment, preserving the land, reaping from it a sustainable harvest, and securing its wonder and miracle-giving power for generations to come. This is our benediction, that from these hallowed grounds, where slaves labored to build this shrine and citadel to liberty and democracy, let us all acknowledge, from the indigenous Native American to those who recently received their citizenship, from the African American to those whose foreparents came from Europe and every corner of the globe, from the wealthy to those struggling to make it, from every human being regardless of their choices, that this is our country. As such, teach us, O God. As such, teach us, O God, to live in it, love in it, be healed in it, and reconcile to one another in it, lest we miss kingdom's goal. To your glory, majesty, dominion, and power forever. Hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. In the strong name of our collective faith. Amen.
Please remain standing as the Armed Forces Color Guard retires our national colors. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated and remain in your seats while the President and official party depart the platform. For safety reasons, your ushers will release your section in an organized manner, following the playing of our national march, The Stars and Stripes Forever.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Made a lot of work for you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, so as we watch those visuals live from Washington, D.C., Munmun, this was a historic occasion, a symbolic event, no doubt, but high on substance as well, because this is the news breaking this moment. Joe Biden is the 46th president of the U.S., and we have a new vice president in the form of Kamala Devi Harris. She becomes the first woman, person of color and Indian American to become the vice president of the U.S.
Absolutely. Kamala Harris becomes the first woman vice president of the United States of America, the first person of color and the first Indian American as well as African American to become the vice president of the United States of America. And there you saw the Bidens going into the White House. This is history that is being scripted. The United States of America has a new president, the 46th president of the United States. I will be the president for all Americans. This is what Joe Biden said in his inaugural address. He said word of people has been heard, and word of people. He also said that democracy has prevailed. Joe Biden saying democracy has prevailed. Recent violence shook the very foundation of our democracy. So going back to the January 6 events that unfolded at the US Capitol, American story depends not on any one of us, but on all of us. And back home.
Also at the same time, Moon, Prime Minister Modi has congratulated, become one of the first few world leaders to congratulate President Biden. And if I can just take you through his tweets there. Prime Minister Modi says, we stand united and resilient in advancing global peace and security. And Biden saying, for his part, that we will repair our alliances and engage with the world.
Absolutely. Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulating Joe Biden as well as Kamala Harris. And Joe Biden saying in his inaugural address, we are leading today's and tomorrow's challenges. Joe Biden has been sworn in as the 46th President of the United States of America, and 4 tweets have been put out by Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulating the new President and Vice President of the US.
Indeed, if we can just run you through the exact text of Prime Minister Modi's tweets, viewers. This is for viewers who might be familiar with the breaking news this moment. He says, my warmest congratulations to Joe Biden on his assumption of office as President of the United States. I look forward to working with him to strengthen India-US strategic partnership. He also goes on to say, my best wishes for a successful term in leading USA as we stand united and resilient in addressing common challenges and advancing global peace and security. He says, the India-US partnership is based on shared values. We have a substantial and multifaceted bilateral agenda, growing economic engagement and vibrant people-to-people linkages, committed to working with President Biden to take the India-US partnership to even greater heights. He also tweeted about Kamala Harris as well, Moon.
Absolutely, and tweeting on Kamala Harris, he says, congratulations to Kamala Harris on being sworn in as the Vice President. It is a historic occasion. Looking forward to interacting with her to make India-USA relations more robust. The India-USA partnership is beneficial for our planet. So there we can imagine what the future trajectory will be of the India-US relationship. There has been a bipartisan support for this relationship, at least from the end of the Bill Clinton
Absolutely, and viewers, we are getting these live visuals from Kamala Harris's ancestral village, the Tulasendrapuram village in Tamil Nadu. And these are images a short while back from Tulasendrapuram village in Tamil Nadu, which is the ancestral village of Kamala Harris. Remember, her family comes from that village in Tamil Nadu, and she still maintains close links with her extended family living in India.
Absolutely, and they are all glued to the television screens. I remember the last time the announcement was made that Kamala Harris will be the next Vice President, we saw that there were fireworks in the village. And Mike Pence just walked past. It's very important to note here that he's been extremely gracious, making it a point to attend the inauguration ceremony of Joe Biden as well as Kamala Harris. So Mike Pence was present there, the Trumps were not there, but Mike Pence earlier offering transition help and very graciously attending the inauguration ceremony.
And indeed, in the last few minutes, we also heard the inaugural address from President Biden. It was a 20-odd minute speech, in which an emotionally charged speech as well. And I'm told we are joined now by our colleague in Washington, D.C., Nina Maria Potts. Nina, good to have you join us on this special broadcast. We've just heard from the 46th President of the U.S., Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. Your thoughts on the big takeaways from his inaugural address and the mood he has set going forward for his administration?
Well, it marks a major moment and turning point for America and the rest of the world after 4 years of fairly unilateral moves by President Trump, who has been widely perceived to have behaved in several instances in an unconstitutional manner. But I think while the rest of the world can look forward to some of President Joe Biden's promises about turning America into a trusted partner for peace and security, I think the main takeaway from his rather short and very efficient speech, which was very different from former President Trump's speech 4 years ago, it was very much aimed at a domestic audience. And in fact, if you think about global threats in the world, and he named climate change, of course, as one of them right up the top of his speech, domestic terrorism really featured again and again. So this call for unity, this call for a time of healing, for Americans to come together, was aimed really, I think, at a domestic audience, in the knowledge that Washington has just been through a terribly turbulent episode with this this mob attack on Congress 2 weeks ago today. So I think while international allies, including India, can be reassured by Joe Biden's message, I think that the speech was very much aimed at Americans in a bid to try and bring them together. And for the tens of millions that voted for Joe Biden, you can almost feel and touch the collective sigh of relief. Whether or not his message of unity will resonate with Trump supporters is another question entirely.
You've sat through the entire inaugural ceremony, and you must have seen several in the past as well. How different was this one from the previous ones, considering that this happened in the midst of a raging pandemic and there were security concerns as well, and we didn't see the Trumps. Neither did we see Donald Trump nor Melania Trump. They had left for Florida earlier.
Well, I think you were quite right to point to the graciousness of Mike Pence, former Vice President Mike Pence and his wife, who did attend the proceedings this morning and did not make it to former President Trump's send-off at the White House. He apparently had to choose between the two events and chose to come to the inaugural ceremony. I think you're also right to say that this was a very, very different situation altogether. And it was an extremely different scenario because of the security and because of the coronavirus pandemic. I seem to have lost audio. I'm so sorry.
No, we can still hear you, Nina. And if I can just walk you through what the substantive portion of excerpts from Biden's speech there. Now, as you correctly mentioned, the focus was on domestic issues, unity, racism, the systemic racism, as he put it. But what did you make of his remarks about foreign policy issues and the world at large? He said, U.S. will engage with the world to meet tomorrow's challenges by the power of our example. He says the U.S. role in the world will be, there will be greater focus on the U.S. role in the world, and we will face crises all at once. It's time for boldness, he said.
Nina, can you hear us?
I'm afraid we've lost that link with Nina Maria Paus in Washington, D.C., Munmun, but
yes,
we'll try to fix that link with her in just a bit. But to sort of, throw some more light on that point that Nina Maria Paus was making an intervention there, Munmun. The focus was clearly on domestic issues, on racism, on unity, on democracy. And it was an emotionally charged speech because we know where he was coming from and the crises that is facing America as we speak. But clearly, he has set the roadmap for his administration over the next 4 years, clearly pinpointing the challenges and the roadmap ahead for his government, isn't it?
Absolutely. He's laid out the agenda, set the tone and tenor at the very beginning of his administration. And he will be hitting the ground running as well.
Absolutely.
Remember that, because several executive orders will be issued by him at the very start of his presidency. But going back to some of the key takeaways of his inaugural address as the President of the US, he said that, hear me out, and if you still do not agree with me, then that is democracy. I will be the president for all Americans. He also said that democracy has prevailed and that we still have far to go, much to repair, much to restore, much to heal, and much to build and gain. He said, I ask every American to join me in the cause of unity. He said we can overcome the deadly virus, we can rebuild the middle class, we can deliver racial justice, make US the leading force in the world to lead the world if we come together. Because unity, he said, is the path forward. If we unite, we won't fail. We must reject the culture of manipulating and manufacturing facts.
Absolutely.
Like you said, we know where this is coming from.
Indeed. So clearly he's setting a clear roadmap for his government over the next 4 years. Focus will be on domestic issues, in tackling the COVID pandemic, in reviving the economy, in administering the climate change issue, and also focusing clearly on racial equity, one of his top priorities going forward as well. So all in all, a very emotionally charged, forward-looking speech, at the same time reminding the Americans of where the country was coming from just over a fortnight ago, when the pro-Trump supporters actually stormed the very venue of his swearing-in on the west front of the Capitol Hill.
Absolutely. He referred to the COVID-19 pandemic as well, which is going to be one of his topmost priorities, Team Biden has said. He said that we need to set aside politics and face the pandemic as one nation. This can also be seen as an appeal to Republicans so that there is bipartisan support and consensus in both houses of the US Congress, in the Senate as well as in House of Representatives, for the passage of the economic relief bill that Biden is piloting, because that has a lot of components with regard to tackling the pandemic.
Indeed.
And I understand,
and I'm told Nina Maria Potts is back with us. Nina, if you can hear us. Looking ahead now at the first 100 days of the Biden administration, could you walk our viewers through the, the main agenda, is the first order of business for Biden in the first 100 days of his administration?
Well, we can certainly talk about the first 100 days, but I think we should also talk about the next 24 hours. We're expecting a rush of orders, executive orders from President Biden, basically overturning some key moves by President Trump, especially on the coronavirus pandemic, on immigration, and on climate change. It's widely known that President Biden intends to honor his pledge of rejoining the WHO and sending a strong signal on treaties, multilateral treaties like the Paris Climate Agreement, and also honoring America's contribution to vaccines on this question of vaccine inequity. America under President Trump over the last year or so has been perceived to have been very focused on its own pandemic and its own interests. So I think we can see or expect to see a flurry of activity. One of the key issues for some of the priorities that the Biden administration has laid out, and you're right to mention the COVID-19 stimulus package, one of the key issues is trying to keep Congress focused on the Biden agenda, which may or may not be difficult if an impeachment trial, a second impeachment trial, gets underway. We're expecting Nancy Pelosi to send articles of impeachment to the Senate, perhaps as early as tomorrow or Friday, at which point it triggers action within 24 hours following those articles of impeachment. There's been a lot of debate within the Biden administration and among Democrats. Some Democrats are extremely worried that it's going to be very difficult to get Congress to focus on some of Joe Biden's legislative priorities, and some suggestion that they could deal with the impeachment trial proceedings in the morning and then in the afternoon get to work on some of his priorities. So it's going to be a tricky balancing act. I think Joe Biden has shown that he's open to impeachment proceedings, which really, I think, as far as the Democrats are concerned, are sort of focused on keeping Trump away or locked out of trying to run again the next time around. But it's going to be a challenge, I think, for Joe Biden to keep on message and on target.
Absolutely. Nina Maria Potts, thank you so much for joining us for now. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates. So Nina was referring to how the impeachment trial of Donald Trump is expected to get underway in the US Senate. And there we are seeing the Clintons, Bill Clinton as well as Hillary Clinton, posing for the cameras.
It's interesting, Moon, that all three former presidents, barring Trump, President Clinton, President George W. Bush, and President Obama and their spouses were in attendance for the Biden ceremony. But Donald Trump and the former First Lady were conspicuous by their absence. They flew out of Washington and they were in Florida throughout the ceremony. So this was the first time in over a century that the outgoing president was absent from the inauguration ceremony of the incoming U.S. president. All right, I'm told we have two guests joining us at this point in time. We have Professor Asad Madni, is a scientist with the University of California, Los Angeles, and joining us also from New Delhi is Dr. G. Balachandran, a former senior fellow at the IDSA in New Delhi, a think tank, and also the uncle of Vice President Kamala Devi Harris, joining us from New Delhi. Moon.
Yes, so Dr. Balachandran, I'll come to you. Your thoughts on this historic occasion. Your niece is now the Vice President of the United States of America.
Look, I'm quite happy that Kamala Devi now has been confirmed as the Vice President. She is sworn and she has taken the oath. But the more important...
Yes. I think we'll need to re-establish the connection with Dr. G. Balachandran.
I can't hear anything.
Is this?
Okay. Dr. Asad, are you with us?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Dr. Asad Madni, if you can hear us, your thoughts on the big takeaways from the inaugural address by President Biden. How do you what do you make of his speech and the important takeaways from that as well?
Well, I think first of all, what's really important is to realize that there is a very big cultural difference in the approaches between Biden and Trump. I think we all know that. Biden is going to take a much more traditional approach towards the key issues rather than the abrasive manner in which the previous administration had, addressed people. Most importantly, I think it will not have major near-term impacts for India. The relationships is going to be very good for India. And if you look at Biden's track record, going way back when he was the Senate Foreign Relations Committee chairman, when he actually went ahead and got the sanctions, U.S. sanctions lifted on India in 2001. And then in 2008, he was instrumental in getting India the wonderful U.S.-India nuclear accord. And then during the during the Obama administration, Vice President Biden was very instrumental in having India declared as a major defense partner.
Yes.
Now with Vice President Kamala Harris and 19 other very outstanding individuals with Indian heritage, I think there are tremendous amounts of opportunities for India and U.S. relationships.
Absolutely. Dr. Balachandran, I'll come to you now. You were telling us about your thoughts on such a historic occasion. Your niece is now the Vice President of the USA. And what do you think of the inaugural address by President Biden, in fact? Is that what America needed at this point in time?
Look, yes. Yesterday I told that Biden is not a great orator. I would like to see what he does. But yesterday, when they had the 400 lights lit along the pool, look, Biden is a very sincere fellow. He has lost and he empathizes and sympathizes with those people who are lost, their relatives or friends or anybody, and also who are lost. So that nobody can beat him. And today his speech was very good. Now, all that we have to see is there's no question that it moved all those people who wanted unity, who felt that unity is needed, and who felt that Trump did not divided the country. The question is this: how far will it go towards making those people who were instrumental in dividing the country believing now that Biden will, in fact, unite the country? In fact, His speech was very sincere, and there's no doubt that he will do everything that he can. And fortunately, his first 100 days will accomplish a lot. That's what I'm looking for, okay?
Yes. Ambassador Vishnu, yes.
But I'm so happy that what Biden said, it was heartfelt. So I'm glad, I think that it will go a long way towards in the country than what it was before he took over, okay?
Fair point. Ambassador Prakash, in your estimation, did President Biden tick all the right boxes by saying what he did just moments ago?
Oh, absolutely. It was a very appropriate address. He ticked all the right boxes, pressed all the right buttons. He came across as earnest. He came across as a unifier. And he came across as a gentleman that he is. Also, before I continue on this particular aspect, I would like to say that what we have witnessed today is a miracle. And it's a miracle of democracy. Because only in a democracy can you have such a transformation of mood, atmosphere in a matter of 10 days. So as President Biden kept on saying, the democratic roots of the country were tested and they have emerged well, they have done well. He is conscious of the enormity of the challenge. And he was, even if a tad repetitive, he kept emphasizing that he promises to be the president of the entire country. But a thought that came to my mind is the people who believe in the rule of law, people who believe in democracy would certainly accept and be motivated by what he said. But what about people who believe not in facts but in alternative facts? What about people who are willing to challenge the truth? There has been a fraud committed in the country. Now, whether it will impact the other side of the Trumponian US is a big question.
Absolutely. Professor Madni, I'll come to you now.
Sure.
I'll take an excerpt from Joe Biden's inaugural address. He said we need to set aside politics and face the pandemic as one nation. Will that be a clean break from what we've seen during the Trump administration?
I think it will be a clean break primarily because under the Trump administration, there has been no focused strategy. There has really been no international collaboration. There just didn't seem to be particularly any interest in recognizing the fact that people are dying all over the country. Biden, in his very first address, when he was declared as the vice president, he said, when he was declared as the candidate for presidency, he said the first thing he's going to do is address the pandemic. And to do that, I think he's going to have a very strategic focus in terms of bringing in at least 100 million people that will get vaccinated per day. And to do that, he's going to establish big collaborations. And I think India is going to play a major role in that respect. So will other countries. So I think as far as the pandemic is concerned, it is the #1 priority on his list. And I think we're going to see a completely different approach and a clean break from the Trump administration.
Right. We'll request all our guests to stay on. Let's update our viewers about what President Biden in his speech after his swearing in and after his oath being administered by the Chief Justice John Roberts said. Now, Biden in his speech after taking oath pledged to make America become the beacon of democracy for the world. He said that today we celebrate the triumph of democracy. The word of people has been heard and word of people has been heeded. Munmun.
He also said that democracy has prevailed. He said that the recent violence shook the very foundation of our democracy, but now democracy has prevailed.
My fellow Americans, this
and I
is America's
think the important
day.
thing to recognize in this
Democracy's
statement.
day, a day of history and hope, of renewal and resolve. Through a crucible for the ages, America has been tested anew, and America has risen to the challenge. Today, we celebrate the triumph not of a candidate, but of a cause, the cause of democracy. The people, the will of the people has been heard, and the will of the people has been heeded. We've learned again that democracy is precious, democracy is fragile. And at this hour, my friends, democracy has prevailed.
Right, we still have our guests with us on this special broadcast, Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, Dr. G. Balachandran and Professor Asad Madni joining us from the US. Ambassador Prakash, if I can come to you now. Now, clearly the focus was on domestic issues, and without doubt he spoke about tackling the COVID pandemic, reviving the economy and tackling the issue of racism, systemic racism at that, as he put it. But one particular phrase stood out from, and I think it would be interesting from India's perspective. Biden said that the US under him as the president will engage with the world to meet tomorrow's challenges. Now, is that a return to multilateralism? And if that is the case, is it good for India and the world?
It is. It is. I think while the focus, as you very rightly said, would be on domestic issues, because the country, the nation is traumatized. But what he has mentioned is that they will, what he said was that they will lead by the power of example, and they will engage with the world. Now, and he also indicated that there are common challenges. Now, which is very clear, you know, challenges of the climate change, global warming, that is something very close to his heart, of terrorism, of the rise of a power which is threatening status quo and wanting to build a different kind of a world where the rule of law does not prevail. So there are a number of challenges, and the US under his leadership, given the team that he has put together, Ramesh, the team that he has put together is a very experienced team. They are also focused on the Indo-Pacific region. So I think that what this presidency would move things in the right direction. It will be a slow process. I think to claw back the lost ground will be tough, but they are up to the task.
Indeed. Absolutely. Let's now go across live to Washington, D.C., where our correspondent is standing by, Nina Maria Potts. Nina, what are you hearing on the Senate confirmations? Because Senate hearings had begun, but there were certain reports that there could be a slight delay. Can you fill us in on that?
Well, on the Senate confirmation hearings, the whole process got underway actually on Tuesday afternoon ahead of the inauguration. Janet Yellen received a bit of a grilling, as did the incoming US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, and it may be a protracted process. It depends really how willing Republican lawmakers are to play ball and to help with this transition. We have seen an enormously bumpy transition to date, with all kinds of obstacles put in Joe Biden's way, thanks to President Trump's reluctance to include him on briefings, national intelligence briefings. I think Republicans on the Hill have been fairly shaken by the events of 2 weeks ago and the attack on Congress. So it may be that in terms of their mood, and willingness perhaps to make sure that Joe Biden's transition is a bit smoother than it has been up until now, that once the rest of the confirmation hearings get underway, that it might be a smoother process than in the past.
Nina, will his national security team be in place on day one, considering that not all confirmations may happen?
Well, I think the team supporting Biden is extremely experienced, as one of your guests has pointed out. So in a way, it doesn't particularly matter if his entire team is in place or not. I think Joe Biden is striving to be bold and brave in his first moves. And there's some question over whether or not they're going to reach out to President Trump's team. President Trump, in keeping with recent tradition, has left him a letter in the Oval Office as he handed over, but of course was not terribly gracious in terms of reaching out to Joe Biden and his incoming team. So, I mean, there will be some big national security questions, and I think the bumpy transition has led to a delay. So Joe Biden will want to come into this presidency acting pretty swiftly, regardless of whether or not the confirmations are secured.
Nina, I remember asking you on the 3rd of November when the elections were happening, the results were coming out, and I remember asking you, is the result an endorsement of Joe Biden, the politician, the man, or a rejection or referendum on Trump? And you said, given the fact that he's won almost 74 million votes, itself a new record, that this is as much a vote for Trump as it is for Biden. How do you look at Trump's legacy of the last 4 years, and can Biden make a clean break with the past and chart a new course going forward?
Well, I mean, that was the tone that he was very much hoping to strike with his unity speech, which, by the way, I think India can be very proud that an Indian American wrote his speech for him, his inaugural speech of healing. I think it's very hard to tell how pro-Trump supporters, both mainstream and those that are perhaps more marginalized and more extremist in their views, are going to react to Joe Biden's message. I think it's a very, very difficult period of transition emotionally for the American public. Joe Biden stepping in as president doesn't just mark a turning point, in terms of international affairs and foreign policy, but it's going to require a psychological, mental shift. The Trump era was marked, unfortunately, by conflict. I think President Trump revealed to some extent where America's flaws are, the fact that America isn't the land of milk and honey that perhaps many people have perceived it to be from all around the world, and that it is broken. And I think the sheer numbers of dead during this coronavirus pandemic has to be Joe Biden's priority. We're expecting him to make an announcement, an executive order requiring mask wearing in all federal institutions and buildings, which seems an extraordinary thing that he should have to do. But it's a sign, I think, of the political divisions in this country, even when it comes to a national health crisis, an international health crisis like the pandemic. With holdouts, Trump supporters who just do not believe. There are many out there that do not believe that the pandemic even exists. And we heard Joe Biden in his speech talk about defending truth, making sure that lies are not continued and not amplified. So that is going to be a major priority for him. So to your question as to whether or not he can bring those supporters along with him, yes. I fear the jury is very much out.
Absolutely. Well, Nina, we'll keep coming back to you. Thank you for now for joining us. And Dr. Balachandran, I'll come to you now. What's your sense of the kind of role that Kamala Harris will play in the Biden administration? Would her role, according to you, be limited to a few aspects or a few realms, or will she play a more across the board, across the spectrum sort of a role, considering the enormity of challenges facing the United States?
Look, Kamala is going to play a major role in the US administration in the coming years, far more than any other vice president in the US history. She will not be limited to a few areas here and there, but I think it will be right across the board, certainly in all domestic matters. Now, you see, Biden has a great advantage. The people are worried still about the COVID pandemic. He has set a target of 100 million in 100 days, and I think he will achieve it. That itself will show a great break from the Trump administration, which could not process or proceed further than 2 million or 1 million in 2 months. So I think Biden, with his 100-day program in coronavirus vaccination and in the fiscal relief program, will go a long way towards convincing those people who voted for Trump that the new healing is on and that he will do everything. Yes, a few die-hard Trump supporters may not still believe him, but I think Biden will achieve his objective of convincing the majority of not only the Democratic voters, but the Republican voters as well, that the future is bright because of the way he dealt with the coronavirus vaccination program and the fiscal relief program. So I got great expectation. And on this matter, Kamala will be a great assistance. There's no question about it. I think on all domestic issues, including battling the pandemic and fiscal relief and unemployment and all those matters, Kamala will be the major factor other than the president.
Right. Point taken, Dr. Balachandran. Professor Madni, before I come to you, I want to update our viewers about some more aspects of Biden's speech. Now, Biden committed to bring America, in fact, together, uniting the American people and uniting the American nation as well. Take a listen.
In another January, on New Year's Day in 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. When he put pen to paper, the president said, and I quote, "If my name ever goes down into history, it'll be for this act, and my whole soul is in it." My whole soul is in it. Today, on this January day, my whole soul is in this, bringing America together, uniting our people, uniting our nation. And I ask every American to join me in this cause.
Ambassador Prakash, your thoughts on what we just heard, Joe Biden inviting all Americans to join him in the cause of unity at a time when the American society is very polarized and fractured. Do you think that those sections of American society who form, say, the white supremacists or the extremists or the fringe group would be listening and maybe considering accepting what Biden has urged them to?
Munmun, unfortunately, it is not a fringe group. The segment of the American society, the ultra-right or the rednecks, they constitute a sizable segment. And even after the 6th of January incident, according to some of the opinion polls that have been conducted, amongst the Republicans, the support rate of former President Trump fell from about 83% to 70%. So as of today, 70% of the Republican base is still with former President Trump. Also, his war chest has swollen. After the elections, according to what I was reading, he has raised about $160 million. That's after the elections. So unfortunate, I wish I can say with a clear conscience that these people will be moved, but it looks to be difficult. I think a lot of work has to be done. Imagine there were more than 100 congressmen and senators, in fact 137 Republican congressmen, if I remember it right, who supported a resolution to annul or reject the presidential election verdict or outcome. So that is the kind of deep fissures that are there in the society, not because they do not know, but they don't like it. They just do not like it. And they want to do it by force. So while President Joe Biden has done the right thing, he has been very earnest, he has made an emotional appeal, I don't think there are too many people could have pulled it off, because he is a true gentleman and somebody who believes in harmony. But his work is cut out, the nation's work is cut out. I don't think it is as easy as some people may want to make out to be.
Right. Professor Madni, there's a lot of interest in Asia in general and South Asia in particular about how Biden will tackle the China challenge or the China problem. Now, in your estimation, what would be Biden's policy towards China? And would he be as tough on China as probably Trump was?
That's a very good question, and I think I'll try to answer that in two parts. the China-US standoff has affected the entire world from an economic perspective. And it's not going to go away. It's there. The only difference will be that Biden is not going to be as abrasive in terms of unilateral decisions with China. I think it will be much more of a collective effort, not only within the US, but also on an international basis. But it's going to be a robust strategy. There's no question about it. There will be a very robust strategy with reference to the economic situation with China, with reference to the theft of intellectual property, and with reference to the cybersecurity hack. So it will be a very robust strategy. India will be a major partner for the US, not only in these aspects, but maintaining the rebalancing of power in the Asian region. And so India really has to look at how it balances its relationships on a positive note, both with the United States and Russia, without isolating each one, and at the same time balancing the power with China. Having said that, the other aspect is, I think it would be very nice for India to play a proactive role in establishing itself. Now, as you know, we have this non-resident Indian Welfare Society headed by a very competent person, Mr. Deepak Singh, where we have these conferences that he arranges on special issues related to exactly the kind of questions you're asking, on US-China relationships, business relationships, the role of NRIs in uplifting the image of India. I think this is a golden opportunity for India to take advantage of those kind of forums in furthering our alliances with the United States. And I personally believe that the one thing that Joe Biden and the rest can learn from India is the following. India has always been based on the diversity of cultures, religions, customs, and people. And it is this very diversity that its inherent strength. And it underscores the fact that unity is the symphony of differences. And that is what made India great. I believe that with right strategic approaches, the best opportunity for India to maximize its potential is yet to come, so long as we do not fracture ourselves and on dividing lines with reference to customs, people, economic dividing lines, and religious dividing lines. As long as we can do that, I think we will have a tremendous opportunity to play a global role. And yes, China is not going away any place, and it's going to be a fine act, but it'll be an extremely robust strategy, and so will the strategy towards Russia. It's not going to just be a blind eye. Both these things are going to be very, very strict and robust, but very professionally executed strategies, and I think US-India partnership will play a major role in that.
Absolutely. Taking further the aspect of India-US partnership from here, well, Ambassador Prakash, I'll come to you. Antony Blinken, who is the incoming US Secretary of State, said this in a Senate hearing. He said that China poses the biggest threat to the US. He said that he agrees with Trump's tough approach on China, and that will be the basic principle of the Biden regime too. He also said on India that US is working with India so that no country in the region, including China, can challenge its sovereignty, and that US shares India's concerns on terrorism. Bipartisan support for ties with India began with towards the end of the Bill Clinton administration, and he also referred to the Indo-Pacific policy of Trump and referred to Biden's work in the Senate on the nuclear deal. Is all this sounding great?
Yes, it is sounding quite positive. It is also while talking about China, he endorsed the expression that the Chinese Communist Party was engaged in a genocide against Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang. So he said that, but at the same time he also said, and I quote, that there are the adversarial aspects of the relationship, competitive ones, and still some cooperative ones.
Yes.
So we all know that President Biden is an internationalist. He is somebody who likes to find ways to work together. So while the divide between the US and China is quite deep, for the simple reason, or not so simple reason, the geostrategic reason that China is challenging the supremacy of the US. China is trying to supplant the US system with a China-centric world order, which is not acceptable. Yet I think they will try to find ways in which they can cooperate and yet try to sink their differences. Now, while on the subject, permit me to just add one more thing. There is the political America and there's the corporate America. The corporate America's mantra is profit, is the dollar income that they get. And there are 72,000 Chinese companies today, American companies in China. According to the latest statistics that I have seen, only about 17% of the American companies are either planning to leave or are thinking of leaving. And 83%, this is by the way AmCham report, and 83% of the American companies want to continue. So, and also the trade has not, there has not been much of a difference till November 2020. Only about $28 billion of trade has been reduced. So it's a mixed bag. On the economic front, it will still take time. Although when it comes to high tech, the decoupling has happened. As far as trade and services is concerned, it will take some time. And the effort will be made by China. I don't know how successful they will be to try and lure American companies and other international companies to continue in China.
Indeed. Why don't we take a moment to play out another soundbite from Biden's inaugural speech. Now, Biden reached out to all Americans and even his dissenters, saying right to dissent peacefully is what America is all about. Munmun.
And he also pledged to become the president of all Americans.
To all those who supported our campaign, I'm humbled by the faith you've placed in us. To all those who did not support it,
and these are live pictures coming to you from Washington, D.C., from the White House, where President Joe Biden is signing official documents in his capacity as the 46th President of the United States. And with him is Vice President Kamala Harris and other officials assisting him in his new administration. These are live images coming to you from Washington, D.C. as the signing ceremony, where he's signing executive actions as the 46th President of the United States of America.
Close to 15 executive orders signing was the plan of Team Biden, and Joe Biden there setting the ball rolling, hitting the ground running on day one of his presidency. The priorities have been clearly outlined by Team Biden. The priorities are fighting the coronavirus pandemic, fighting climate change, going back into the Paris Climate Accord, fighting racial inequalities, an immigration bill that will ensure that over 8 years, around 11 million illegal immigrants will get legal status and citizenship.
Absolutely. A number of executive actions he is expected to sign in the next few minutes or even the hour. As Munmun mentioned, he will make the wearing of mask compulsory for the first 100 days. He is aiming for 100 million vaccinations in the first 100 days as well. As Munmun mentioned, he wants to rejoin the Paris Climate Change Agreement, rejoin the World Health Organization as well. He will stop further work on the border wall as well, and stop construction of the controversial Keystone XL pipeline, and also extend moratoriums on student loan payments, foreclosures and eviction as well. Munmun?
Yes. Let's continue our discussion with Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, Dr. G. Balachandran and Professor Asad Madani. Professor Madani, we are aware of the kind of focus that is there on fighting the COVID-19 pandemic, and Ramesh just mentioned that masks for the first 100 days are being made compulsory in what is being called the mask challenge. Masks are being made compulsory on federal land, on federal buildings, for federal employees, contractors. Besides that, there is a plan to roll out mass vaccinations, 100 million shots to be given in 100 days. Do you think that these steps will help bring the situation under control? Because currently we're looking at 4 lakh casualties, no less.
And Professor Bandi, if I can quickly add, what struck me most was Trump in his farewell address, nobody, not one soul in that audience was wearing a mask. In sharp contrast, almost everybody at the inauguration ceremony of President Biden was wearing a mask. So why this reservation still in the Republican camp against Biden's policies or strategy to deal with COVID pandemic?
You've asked a very, very important and a difficult question, but really a very important question. So I'll try to answer it in 2 ways. Is it possible to get to the 100 million vaccines in 100 days? I believe it is. And wearing the masks, it's a shame that the President of the United States has to mandate that on federal land. This should have been done a long time ago by the federal agencies themselves. But having said that, at least he's taken the right action. I think it's going to help. And I believe that we can get to the 100 million vaccines in 100 days as long as we have proper international collaboration with other countries, so that we don't depend just on Pfizer and Moderna, but we also get AstraZeneca and we get countries like India to help in production of the vaccines. Now, will this solve the pandemic, which was the question you asked? I'm cautiously optimistic, because there are so many problems that we yet may not have anticipated. However, I think what he's putting down in place are the right moves, the right strategy, and the right approaches, and a sensible way of going about it. And I believe eventually we will be successful. To answer the next question, which you asked, why is it that we had so many people not wearing the mask, the Trump supporters, when Biden is asking the whole country to unite?
Because Biden said in so many words, he said, set aside politics in his speech there.
Correct. That is correct. And then the fact is the following. You remember earlier we talked about how Biden won more votes than any president in US history. That's because maximum number of people turned out. And he won by more than 7 million popular votes. But do not forget that if you look at who won the second highest votes in US history, it was Trump. He got 70 million votes.
74.
So he has a following that is huge. And over the period of time, he has convinced the people that not wearing the mask is an act of defiance, and that it is something that is contrary to their freedom. The kind of people that he's approaching are extremists. Some of them are marginal people that have just been brainwashed. I think they will eventually see the light. But there is a major portion of his followers that till today believe in conspiracy theories, QAnon theories, just outrageous things. And to them, this wearing of the mask is an infringement on their liberties. I know it sounds stupid, but that's exactly what it is. And so this was once again an act of defiance. And I believe that with all good intentions, Joe Biden will. He's an honorable man, and Kamala Harris is an honorable person, and they will do their very best to unite the country. But let us not forget that there is a very large percentage of people that still believe in Trump and his kind. And that's not going to go away that easily.
Yes. Dr. Balachandran, your closing remarks on what's your wish list as far as the Biden-Kamala Harris duo is concerned in the new government in America.
Look, I have no wish list, but I will only say this. You do not expect people to change overnight whether they are Democrats or Republicans. So there's no point in harping why people are not wearing masks at Trump's send-off. You expect people to change in one day? That's silly. What is going to happen, I agree. Biden will try to get as many vaccinations, 100 million in the 100 days. That will be the litmus test for making people turn away from the earlier thing of not washing face masks, thinking corona was a pandemic, is a myth, and all those things. And that he has got a very good, now that he is in power, he is capable of doing that. He has got the professional assistant who will tell him how to do that. He will follow their advice, unlike Trump. But do not think that everything is a binary. His relationship with China is not going to be that he is going to fight with them or be friends with them. Everybody has got a binary. Don't look at the 0-1. He will try to do what he can. He will have his own agenda of what he would take from Chinese and what he will not concede to Chinese. That may be different from what we in India think he should do. But nevertheless, there is a broad agreement between India and the United States on the future trajectory of Asian security in the context of China's aggressive behavior these days. We should look into that and see how we can cooperate with the United States in furthering. There's no pointing that somebody said that the United States said that China is considering a genocide. Have we said anything? No. So we cannot expect US to carry the burden of fighting with China alone.
Right.
We'll have to see how we can do that. I find it, I can't understand at all. When people say that now that he should do this, now that he should do that, and when people say what you are going to do, oh, that I don't know. Please, unless you make up your mind as what you are going to do also and what you would like them to do that, there's no point in saying what Biden should do, what Kamala should do, what others should do. I mean, it is going to be a joint effort. It should be a joint effort, not asking, demanding what he should do.
Right. On that point, I want to thank all our guests who have joined us and been with us for the last hour and more. Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, Dr. G. Balachandran and Professor Asad Badni, who joined us from the US. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And we are continuing our comprehensive coverage of Biden in the White House. He literally is in the White House now.
Absolutely. We have two new occupants in the White House, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris is the first woman, person of color and Indian American woman to enter the White House as the Vice President of the United States.
Absolutely. History has been scripted on the 20th of January 2021. We'll take a break at this point in time, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon.
All India Radio.
It has undergone 9 revisions. Coley, with 903 rating points, is 34 points behind Smith. 900.
This is All India Radio. The news read by Anuja Kumar. Namaskar.
Welcome back. You're watching our continuous comprehensive coverage. Biden in the White House. Biden is in the White House in the capacity of the President of the United States of America. He is the 46th President. Kamala Harris too has scripted history, becoming the first woman Vice President, the first person of color and the first Indian American to be the Vice President of the US.
Right, so if you're joining us, a quick recap of the news so far. As Moon mentioned, Joe Biden is the 46th President of the US, Kamala Harris the Vice President, and Prime Minister Modi becoming the first few world leaders to tweet congratulations to both leaders, President Biden and Vice President Harris. And these are shots from just moments ago where President Biden took the oath on the west front of the Capitol building. administer the oath by Chief Justice John Roberts. These are visuals from just moments ago when he was administered the oath and made the 46th President of the United States.
Kamala Harris was also sworn in as the 49th Vice President of United States, the daughter of immigrants from Jamaica and India. Kamala Harris made history as America's first woman and first person with South Asian roots to take the office of the Vice President of the U.S.
Right, and Joe Biden reached out to all Americans and even his dissenters, saying the right to dissent peacefully is what America is all about.
And he pledged to become the president of all Americans.
To all those who supported our campaign, I'm humbled by the faith you placed in us. To all those who did not support us, let me say this. Hear me out as we move forward. Take a measure of me and my heart. If you still disagree, so be it. That's democracy. That's America. The right to dissent peaceably within the guardrails of our republic is perhaps this nation's greatest strength. Yet hear me clearly. Disagreement must not lead to disunion.
No person alive has attended more of those lunches than President Biden has. It's an important moment where it's bipartisan. It's the time to bond between the executive and the legislative branch of the government. We probably don't need as much bonding because we already have that natural bonding with you and the traditions here. By those traditions, usually there's a painting at the front of that event that the chairman picks. This time, not knowing we were going to have an event until what we were going to do about an event until late, I asked Dr. Biden to help pick the painting, and this is the one that she recommended. The painting is landscape with rainbow. Rainbow, always a good sign. It's loaned to us for today from the Smithsonian American Art Museum. The artist, Dr. Robert Sheldon Duncanson, he was the best-known African-American painter in the years surrounding the Civil War. He was based in Cincinnati, encouraged by abolitionists who, among other things, sponsored a trip for him to do some study in Europe. This is a painting that he painted in 1859, and I think maybe it's sort of the classic America as a paradise painting that a lot of painters were doing then. But for him, a black artist painting this painting that's so much like an American utopia on the verge of a war that we would fight over slavery, makes all of that, I think, even more interesting in that while he faced lots of challenges, obviously was optimistic even in 1859 about America. And so, Dr. Biden, thanks for helping select this painting, and glad to have all four of you here as we move on to my good friend Senator Klobuchar.
I like the rainbow.
The rainbow is always a good sign. Let's hope so.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Door number 2. Oh, we are. Good. Mr. President, First Lady, Madam Vice President, and our very first second gentleman, on behalf of the American people, it is our honor to present these custom-made crystal vases commemorating your historic inauguration. Lennox, which you know is a great company, American company, has handcrafted these gifts for the past 9 presidential inaugurations. It is a good thing I don't have to hand them to you personally. They each weigh with the base 32 pounds, but combined 64. But Jill, I know, is very strong and could take them both. Exactly. But the Lennox company is actually based in Bristol, Pennsylvania, which you know, Mr. President, is a mere 132 miles from Scranton. since we know today all roads lead to Scranton. The team at Lennox has worked for months to capture the spirit of this inauguration and your incoming administration. Mr. President, your vase features the White House, and Vice President Harris's features the U.S. Capitol. The gifts represent the hope and the faith the American people have placed in you to move our country forward. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, while the pandemic has sadly limited our usual hospitality, as others have mentioned, I'm very glad we still carry on some of our favorite inaugural traditions. It's my honor and privilege to help present these flags of our nation that were flown over today's event here at the Capitol. Now, I have to make one point of personal privilege on behalf of the Senate. With all due respect to our distinguished Speaker and our colleagues from the House, I have to note, not only did we just swear in a son and daughter of the Senate to these high offices, but indeed both these former senators skipped the House altogether. The Star-Spangled Banner is our greatest symbol of our endurance of the American idea. It flies over this building on triumphant days and on tragic ones, over all factions and all parties. And today this flag flew over our former colleague's inauguration as the very first female Vice President of the United States. So to our very distinguished former colleague, Madam Vice President, please accept this flag with the highest compliments and congratulations of the United States Senate.
The distinguished leader of the Senate pointed out that he has hosted this lunch for members of the Senate who have become president and vice president. But I have the privilege of giving the flag to the President of the United States, the flag that was flown when you were sworn in, Mr. President. This flag may it reflect all that is said about your inauguration. America united. May it be a symbol of the hope, the healing, and the just all of the enthusiasm that you have for our country. And as we heard the beautiful national anthem, when we're at the stadium and they say, is our flag still there? Then you say, play ball, right there, play ball. So we're going to get ready to play ball. We're ready to go with the inspiration of our flag flying. But again, on behalf of the House of Representatives, it is my privilege to extend to you the flag that was flown the early moment that you were sworn in as President of the United States. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Dr. Biden. Thank you. If we had the lunch, we would have had California wine. Is that not right? Madam Vice President, Mr. Emhoff, congratulations. With liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Hey, man. Long time no see.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Modern technology, right? It's a good picture, too.
President Biden, Vice President Harris, Dr. Biden, and Mr. Imhoff.
Right, so you're watching the live proceedings from the U.S. legislature, where we saw President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris
Well, President Washington was
in a
sworn.
ceremony at the U.S. legislature, that's Capitol Hill, along with Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Leader of the Senate Majority, Mitch McConnell. Munmun, we are now joined by two other special guests. Joining us is Ambassador Manjeev Puri and Professor W.P.S. Sidhu, joining us from the US. And also joining us, Munmun, is our colleague Kate Fisher, who is standing by in Washington, D.C.
Yes, Kate, I'll come to you. Tell us about the itinerary of the President as well as the Vice President from here on.
Well, they have now completed that inauguration ceremony in front of the US Capitol, and they have gone inside the building now, where the President will go to the President's room to sign some official inauguration papers. He could also use that moment to sign some executive orders, but we think he'll do that when he gets to the White House and is seated in the Oval Office proper. Usually in an inauguration, they would then have a special luncheon within the Capitol building, but that is not happening like so many other things this year. Because of the coronavirus pandemic, a shared lunch is not the best of ideas. So instead, we understand that congressional leadership will be presenting the Bidens and Kamala Harris and her husband, Doug Emhoff, with gifts to commemorate today rather than have a luncheon. Then the President and the First Lady and Kamala Harris, Vice President, and her husband will travel to Arlington Cemetery, just across the Potomac River from here. They'll be joined by former President Obama, former First Lady Michelle Obama, as well as Hillary and Bill Clinton, and George Bush and his wife as well. And there they will lay a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier to pay tribute to the US military on this inauguration day. Once that business has been dealt with, President Biden and his wife will make their way.
Kate, I'm afraid we'll have to stop there because we'll have to fix the audio with you in just a bit. But if I can bring in our guests on this discussion, and since they are joining us for the first time on this broadcast, quick comment from you, Ambassador Manjeev Puri and Professor Sidhu, your thoughts on the Biden inaugural speech in particular, and what this means for India and the world going forward. Starting with you, Ambassador Puri.
Thank you very much, Ramesh. I'm absolutely delighted to be on your program.
Welcome,
and
Ambassador.
More than that, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go on, yeah.
And I am extremely delighted that Doordarshan is carrying out this live coverage of what I believe is a seminal and very important event in the global calendar of what is happening. President Biden was obviously all-encompassing. The issue, especially in recent weeks and of course over a long period of time, has been about polarization in America, especially what you saw in the last week. He was all-encompassing, and if you notice, he specially said, I will be the president for my supporters, and I will also be the president for those who didn't vote for me, and then made a very important point. If after listening to me, you choose to disagree, that's your right, and you can do so peacefully. I think that was the big message that he wanted to give to the Americans, but he also gave a message to the world. He said that America would be engaged with the world. Please note, he didn't use the word climate change, but he spoke about the stress on the planet. He spoke about allies. I think that is particularly important because in the times that we live today, COVID, the rise of China, it is particularly important that the world's most important leader, the world's most important country leads, as he said himself, not by their power, but by the power of their example. And I think these are extremely important matters. As far as India is concerned, I don't want to go into the entire gamut of President Biden's friendship with India over a long period of time, but I do want to say that a better run world order and a world order in which rules are followed and in which bridling takes place for anyone who looks at expansionism is a world order which is good for India, and India will be able to leverage this. We are also friends of America and we've come places. And I think all of this should augur well for the Indo-American friendship too.
Indeed, and may I quickly welcome Professor K.P. Vijayalakshmi also, who is joining us on this special broadcast. Welcome, Professor. But before that, Professor Sidhu, your thoughts on the Biden inauguration and his speech in particular.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here with all of you again on this really important occasion. And just it's such a remarkable contrast from the remarks that you heard this morning from the outgoing President Trump, which were frankly rambling and graceless, and really kind of going back in some ways to the American carnage kind of idea that he had. And in his vision, of course, we are now in a post-pandemic world, which is not at all the case. And if you contrast that with President Biden's very measured remarks, they were very concise. They were directed both at domestic audiences, but also at international audiences. He mentioned, of course, Abraham Lincoln, which is very pointed because Lincoln, a lot of people tend to forget, was a Republican president, not a Democrat president. He also recognized and appreciated his predecessors, all of whom were present there, with the notable exception, of course, of Donald Trump. He looked at healing inside and within the US, but also marked made a clear announcement that the US is back in the game as in global governance and is going to reach out particularly to allies. He very deliberately did not get into the details of how that would be. Much of that is being played out in the various confirmation hearings that began yesterday and will continue now. So overall, it's an internal message of unity, a word that he stressed time and time again, to move forward with confidence and compassion, but also very much that the US is going to lead the world again. And there you're going to see an element of continuity both with the Obama presidency, but in some key elements also with the Trump presidency.
Professor Vijayalakshmi, your thoughts on the inaugural speech and inauguration ceremony as a whole, and do you think that Joe Biden spoke like a statesman?
Yes, indeed. I think he not only spoke as a statesman, but he brought a certain gravitas, a kind of dignity and that innate decency that we've come to expect from public officers and people who lead, public positions. He also spoke, I think, with a kind of a historicity. He brought out Abraham Lincoln. He brought out the historical traditions of American presidency. He also confirmed what we now have come to call as many firsts that this election has actually brought out. The inauguration of, the taking of oath of Vice President Kamala Harris is so significant, and the kind of open invitation that he gave to all of America. It was a very soulful speech. He was also very mindful, I think, of all the kind of interreligious, intercultural and diversity that America represents, both ideally and aspirationally. He kept talking about towards a more perfect union, and I think that's a very truthful statement, talking about truth, talking about the need to follow truth, talking about the need to speak to each other and for each other, and talking about a cause rather than just the power or the position that one would occupy. So it's a sort of a soul-stirring speech in which I would say, some of his, I would at least think, his Catholic roots came through to me very strongly. He's the second, that's again another very important historic sort of milestone, I would say, because he's only the second Catholic president that the United States has had, apart from John F. Kennedy. And the stirring speech he made with the Father Danovan blessing and all of that, I think there is a need that he spoke. I remember in the first debate, many things were said, etc. But he said, when you see that empty space, and you know you're missing a loved one for about the COVID pandemic. That struck a real chord in most Americans' hearts. And today, I think, was another such speech where he struck a chord when he said that the COVID pandemic is something I'm going to deal with straight away. I'm not waiting for anything. I'm going to tackle all the triple crisis of both the COVID pandemic, the racial injustice that we have been witnessing, and of course the economic stimulus that will go a long way. And he has also promised that he would, follow his speeches with actions, because this is a very truncated ceremony, as you saw, and I think that really moves people much more than just words, because he went straight down to the office and began his work. But all in all, I would say it is a soul-stirring speech.
Yes. Ambassador Puri, if I may come to you, taking an excerpt from Biden's speech, he said, "We will repair our alliances, engage with the world on today's and tomorrow's challenges." When he says we will repair our alliances, does it only mean that he will re-enter the treaties that the Trump regime moved itself out of, or does it also point to what United States perhaps wants to do, reform the WHO, reform the UN, and reform various multilateral bodies?
Absolutely. I think when he refers to alliances, first and foremost, we must remember that in his quest for America first, President Trump certainly ruffled the oldest and perhaps the most powerful allies of the United States, the Europeans. And I think we should be very clear that this particular alliance will be very important for President Biden, who is of course an old and veteran foreign policy hand, and he knows the value of this particular alliance. But I would also like to add that this is a great fillip for multilateralism. Rejoining or becoming active in the WHO, looking at the World Trade Organization, trying to see what you can use the United Nations for. I have absolutely no doubt that those things would happen. Perhaps the climate agreement would be the first one that he would sign in, which would be a clear sign that the United States is back at the helm of steering multilateralism and global governance. Now, before I end, I also want to say that he would also be strong with those countries and those leaders with whom perhaps President Trump also had a good relationship. I mean, India among them. Let's take Japan, countries in the Indo-Pacific and other parts of the world. Because a major reason for why I say this is that while President Biden was out of power for the last 4 years, America may not have changed that much, but the world certainly has changed. And one of the biggest changes has been the in-your-face rise of China, noticed of course through the corona pandemic, but its expansionism, President Xi Jinping's very firm and aggressive posturing in the world. I think all of these make for the fact that there is a certain change scenario, and President Biden would be cognizant of it as a veteran foreign and security policy practitioner, and he would take along a much greater part of the world than alone the old traditional allies. And I think this is something very good for the world.
Professor Sidhu, while we wait for President Biden to inspect a military guard of honor in Washington, D.C., may I quickly ask you for your views on the Modi-Biden dynamic and how that might shape up going forward? Because Prime Minister Modi is one leader who invests a great deal of time, energy and effort into establishing a personal rapport with world leaders. We saw that with President Obama, we saw that with Trump, and now with President Biden. So how do you see the Modi-Biden dynamic shaping up going forward?
I think if you look at Indo-US relations in particular and the role of personalities, all that personalities are able to do, and here of course we're talking about both Prime Minister and President, is to determine the pace of the relationship, not the trajectory of the relationship. I think the US-Indian relationship, the trajectory of that relationship has been really on an even keel since President Clinton's first visit, after India became, declared itself as a nuclear weapon state. The fact that President Biden is a known India hand, he was there as part of the Obama administration. who, by the way, was the first president to be invited to the Republic Day event, you can see that there's a great degree of continuity. Now, of course, Prime Minister Modi's style of diplomacy is much more personal and much more personable, but so is Joe Biden. And, you know, so the famous Modi hug is certainly going to be met with an equally affirmative Biden hug as well. So I think in that sense, you know, I do not see there being any backtracking on the pace of the relationship going forward. This is not to say that there are not going to be issues between the two countries which are going to be stumbling blocks. Certainly, you know, human rights, trade, for example, the infamous H-1B issue is always going to, visas is always going to be an issue there. But the overall trajectory, I think, is going to be far more same old and continuity, but perhaps there may be a greater focus on how to address China.
Absolutely. Professor Vijay Lakshmi, I'll come to you now. Antony Blinken, while speaking to the US Senate, in the Senate hearing, said that India has been a bipartisan success story of successive US governments right from the time of Bill Clinton in the late 1990s, and that the US is working with India so that no country in the region, including China, can challenge its sovereignty. This at a time when there is a confrontation that is still on between Indian and Chinese troops. There is a standoff in a way that's on along the LOC in Ladakh still, and we've seen the kind of support that has come in earlier from the Trump administration, and a lot of vocal support also coming in earlier from Mike Pompeo. So do you think that the Biden administration also would like to make a point that it is extremely effective in its approach towards China, though it may not be as provocative, and does India stand to gain with such an approach?
Yes, to both your last observations. I think this particular statement coming from the hearings of Secretary of State certainly is a signaling to China that there is going to be a continuity in certain elements of US's China policy, and US-India relations will intersect the relation or the conflation of US-China conflicts and so on. So I think this is what we can learn to expect. It will be nuanced, but the signaling has already begun, and I think it's begun very well for India, because it is of some importance that in the first nomination hearing, you're hearing about China and the recognition that across the, there is as much a bipartisan consensus on the China threat as there is a bipartisan consensus on the potential and the defining nature of transformative relationship between India and the United States. So there is going to be a continuity, and that is going to be good for India. And there should not be, I think, transitions have traditionally provoked a certain amount of anxiety. So I do see why you are raising this question. There was some anxiety when President Obama was sworn in because of certain other things that we were talking about then. And then even during President Trump when he was sworn in. So this, I think, is beginning to settle down in some ways as we see unfold the actual explanation of what is a nuanced policy towards China. The second thing is, I think, if you look at the trio that he has, the number of Indian American origin people that he has taken in his White House and in many of the appointments, I think the last count was 20, 19 maybe, but 3 of them in national security, Tarun Chhabra, Sumona Guha, and one more, I think. They have actually been very much hands-on. They're called what I would say a veteran team. So Biden is not, he's an old hand in many ways to Asia. He has piloted several things through the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, which I think you mentioned at some point. And he's also piloted other things like, the first Navy warship to India's acquisition of that. There are a number of things I can cite. But this signaling is a foretaste of this nuanced policy. And also, he needs, I think, to signal to the domestic audience that he's not soft on China, which was part of the Trump campaign
Right.
during the final days, that, this is, Joe Biden will not be tough on China. And that is certainly something we saw, that towards the end of the campaign, he had turned very, very hawkish. And this hawkishness, this pan-American understanding of China threat within the Congress and in the executive, I think is something that we can see continuing. And despite our understanding that there will be a multilateralism, which again I think is a splendid opportunity for India, and
Right.
is in fact good for India, you can see much more growth on the major ideas of STA-1, major defense ally. And from Kerry to Mattis, we've seen a number of statements that have remained positive on the idea of centrality of India in many theaters, including the Indo-Pacific.
Absolutely. Ambassador Manjeev Puri, as we watch these live visuals coming to us from Washington, D.C., of President Biden heading to his next engagement at the Arlington Cemetery along with the former Presidents Obama, Bush and Clinton. I want to ask you a two-part question. Now, you are the practitioner of diplomacy on this panel, on this special broadcast. So I have to ask you these couple of questions. One, what did you make of the previous administration under President Trump, especially Secretary of State Pompeo, their policy and attitude towards the treatment of Uyghurs in Xinjiang, for instance, how they called it genocide not so long ago, in fact, just a couple of days ago, and their policy or stance on the issue of Taiwan as well. What do you make of that, and is that a ploy to box Biden in and to preempt him, number one? And number two, the presence of the diplomats in Team Biden, Tony Blinken, Wendy Sherman, we have Victoria Nuland, Kurt Campbell, the Indo-Pacific Czar. Now, these are familiar faces for New Delhi diplomats. Is that an advantage, in a good omen going forward as well? Or do you think familiarity might breed contempt sometime down the road?
Thank you for this question. Let me start with your second question first.
Sure.
Look, there should be no doubt that veteran foreign policy and security policy expert President Joe Biden has brought into his team those people who are familiar with foreign and strategic affairs. That the world may have changed in the last 4 years is now a self-evident fact, and China being a strategic competitor for the